soft to ear right now. It sounds like you're doing ASMR.
Oh, you like the ASMR voice?
Yeah, we back on track.
We back? We've managed to establish sound?
We Gucci.
Okay,
we
good.
Gucci gang.
Cause,
we Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang. How many times do I have to say it again?
For the next 3 minutes, I think, if you're going with the song itself.
I don't know if I can take a breath large enough to do that without stopping.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so like as I was talking to you earlier, like I don't know what this stuff here actually is, but to me it just looks like hair.
I can see that.
And let's go ahead and just jump right in.
Alright, Avengers. Well, not really the Avengers. This is more like the, what would you call this?
I mean, most
This
accurately as far as Marvel movies go, this is the Revengers. Because you have the people who have been antagonists teaming up, and then the new character coming in and making that team. We just need a big green guy, and the team's together.
I can feel
it's a treasure!
A heal charm. I think whoever you give that to will get a healing spell.
Mm-hmm. But that would take the place of a other item, so that means it would need to go to an Akechi or a Kasumi.
Yeah, how convenient that they're both here and only them.
Now, let us depart.
A misprinted poster.
Isn't this great?
Yeah, it's so great. Tangled USB cord. And let's go ahead and equip some items on my new people. So...
I'm not sure, but Kasumi may already have a heal. You could check though.
She does. So that means I should actually give her what I just gave Akechi. Severe gun damage to all foes. Do I need to go play darts with Kasumi?
Yeah, you'll find time to do that later, though. Once your free time opens back up, you still won't have anything to do at night.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so they're probably gonna get mad at me and say you can't. Oh, I can't open the door. That's a surprise to me.
A surprise, to be sure, but a welcome one.
Dude, I could honestly just listen to this song all fucking day.
This song's fucking dope. This song's fucking dope. The only thing that might put Whims of Fate above it is that Whims of Fate has lyrics, and I'm a sucker for lyrics.
To me, lyrics
even then, it's
are
debatable.
typically, you know, very crucial. But the one time when lyrics aren't necessary to me, you know, like as far as just listening to, you know, it's, you know, I typically like lyrics more so than almost any other potential draw. Would be really ambient pieces.
Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah, cause obvious reasons.
You don't have to explain it, I get it. Like I said, even then, it's debatable which one's better, this or Whims of Fate, I would say. Because this one has, I don't know.
I'm getting all misty. Focus.
Those geysers. You aren't among those who desire salvation. Leave! You are unwanted intruders. Do not disturb our Lord's research. This world's salvation.
The language of a shadow is a hint into its ruler's ideology. This one sounds rather cultish, for example. Sorry, but we're going to pass through there now. We don't have the time to waste on peons like yourself.
Why do you willingly strive for self-suffering? Why are you reaching out to your own pain?
I'm getting a very counselor vibe from all this.
Yoshizawa-san, you can do this, right?
Yes. Ready whenever.
It'll be too much trouble to go about this haphazardly. I'll provide the support. Look at this scum pile up. Fine by me. Time for a bloodbath. It's been quite a while. Nothing gets me quite as excited as this.
Akechi-san.
Yeah, he's not who you think he is.
Time to obliterate them.
All right.
So you use your sword. What kind of ammunition is that?
Fear my power.
Oh, and
I think he
he
still uses like the blaster pistol. He just went Sith Lord with his lightsaber.
yeah, it's still pretty.
He's got quite a array of different moves somehow.
He's got debilitate, Megadolan. No, math checks out.
Let's dance! Shove it, Sondrian!
They're all on the ground. Crush them!
Catchy, calm the fuck down.
Get him!
Killing time again!
That's the landing!
I love having a Ketchy be this support.
I think we handled that rather well, didn't we? Especially considering the last-minute arrangement of our team and all. Yoshizawa-san?
Yes. So that shadow, it said something about research. And also something about pain.
Mm-hmm.
It mentioned salvation as well. All this seems to indicate that the palace's ruler is not in his or her right mind. Oh? I seem to have found a map to this place. Let's make good use of it.
So I've only shared pleasantries with Akechi-san. Would you say this is how he normally is? Like a ruthless sort of person?
Okay, A, yes. B, weren't you there when we had our date night? And got like tea and coffee and cake and reminding me, I need to go grab my cup. I'll be back in half a sec.
I don't know if she was there with the conversation about Akechi. I don't think she was.
All right.
I don't
Yes,
think she was there for the convo about Akechi.
See, I would have swore that there was a night where it was the three of us at a table.
Yeah, but he had the facade on at that time.
Yeah, like, I would have, I guess it might just be me, but like, I wouldn't assume sitting at a table together is just passing pleasantries.
Well, in Japan, kinda, actually. They would keep, even if they weren't a ruthless sort of person, as she's saying, you wouldn't
What
learn
say
much
we
about
save the idle chatter for later and
Getting
keep
to know
moving?
someone in Japan is very fucking hard.
Unless teaming up with a ruthless sort of person is too much for you to handle.
Looks like we're busted.
Focus.
To your happiness!
I can see it. I'll reveal your true form. We have the element of surprise. Sona. Dominion. Let's see. Ravage Snap! Joker took one down. I gotta
Right
keep
there!
up. Do it! Killing time again! Okay. They were too weak to be a threat. I'm sensing a safe room potentially nearby. Let's look for it. It's a safe room. Shall we take a rest? I should write something. Now, let us depart. What?
That voice. Look. No way.
Dad?
Everyone will be arriving soon. Mom, Grandma. Yes, she'll be here too. I'm sure she'll be here once she's able to calm down. Why? Why?
This is something that's happened in the past, though.
Dad? Why?
That was your father in the video just now, wasn't it, Yoshizawa-san? And the one he was speaking to.
Sumire. My younger sister. Sumire Yoshizawa. I mentioned to you that I've lost a family member, right? But how was this video? I'm sorry. I don't know what's been wrong with me lately. I've been getting this feeling like I need to remember something, but at the same time, I oughtn't remember it.
Can you still walk, Yoshizawa-san? Whatever it is that's happening, we have to keep going if we hope to learn more about it.
Yes, I'm all right. Let's go.
Hey,
So,
when was it that you said you became acquainted with Yoshizawa-san? I see. Anyway, let's move out. I suspect we still have a long way to go.
Focus. I have something.
This place is enormous. What could this room be?
Well, looks kind of like a gym.
You seem to be in pain again. Are you all right?
I'm fine. It's just that I can't stop thinking about that video we saw earlier.
You mean the one about Sumire-san?
Yes. Let's keep pushing. I need to find out why that was shown to me.
I have something.
You were misguided. Do not search for pain. Only tragedy awaits you beyond here.
A newcomer.
All these warnings of pain and tragedy. Who is your ruler? Why do you all think you know so much about me? If you won't give me an answer, then I'll just force my way through.
Rushing into things. Just calm down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is it. Time your attacks with mine.
Right.
It's time. Brute force won't do anything here. They're resistant to physical attacks.
Very demony.
Sona.
I
Dominion.
mean, everything else in this place has been weak to life.
Ravage them.
Dance, Persona! Victory is ours!
Persona. Loki.
Piece of shit.
Let's go.
Dodging my tech.
Satan. There.
Let's dance! This is my song!
Such a fool, rejecting our Lord's mercy. In that case, witness it for yourself.
Now what?
Oh wow, the crowd is going wild. Their cheers are shaking the stadium to welcome a new heroine to the world of competitive gymnastics.
Huh?
Thank you so much! I'm simply thrilled with the results I had today. Your performance exceeded anything seen before in the junior class. It was absolutely stunning. But you'll be entering high school soon. Will that impact your career in gymnastics? Oh, I have no intentions of stopping. It's my dream to compete and win at the international level.
So you want to go to the Olympics?
How wonderful! One last question. Is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out while you have the chance? My younger sister. She should be here in the stadium.
What?
Oh, there she is! Sumire! Sumire! I did it! Both of us have the same dream, to be international champions.
Stop.
Let's make it come true, Sumire! Together!
Stop it!
Yoshizawa-san, you're...
I really hope this helped you understand.
a man's voice.
If you keep pushing on like this, you're going to find nothing but heartache. Please, won't you stop fighting this and just return to the current reality?
Nothing but heartache, huh? I don't understand what you're saying, but I have no intention of leaving now.
We are in agreement there. We also refuse to do as you say.
I don't know, he's a pretty cool dude, guys.
Now why don't you drop the big voice behind the curtain act and face us directly?
As you wish. Head on down. I'll meet you there.
He agreed to that much more readily than I expected. Perhaps the palace's ruler really will make his appearance.
Thanks for your concern. But I'm fine, really. Let's go.
Kasumi Yoshizawa, eh? Focus.
Is he this palace's...
Dude, he's working that white suit.
It's been quite a while, hasn't it?
Dr. Maruki?
Glad to see you're all doing well. I pretty much figured that you would end up infiltrating this place. Truth be told, this isn't how I was hoping we would meet again.
Dr. Maruki, you're the ruler of this palace?
Palace?
A place where distorted desires manifest. We're asking if you're the source of the desires here.
Ah, I see. Well, to use your own words, yes, I am this palace's ruler. But in my case, it seems a tad different from the ones you've seen.
Would we also be correct in believing that you're involved in the abnormalities outside the palace as well?
Yes, you would. Do you like the reality I created for you?
You created it?
That's right. I have gained the power to alter reality, to make it whatever the people wish for. Is that how you really feel? The old reality was cruel and unfair. The truth is, Yoshizawa-san suffers immense pain each and every time she taps into her forgotten past.
My past? Dr. Maruki, what do you mean? What's happened to me?
All right. I had honestly hoped that all those warnings you were given would change your minds. But if it's your true desire, then I want you to recall who you really are. And I want you two to learn as well. Once you have, you'll need to choose between the two realities. The merciless one, or the one I've formed.
That's... Today was brutal, huh? Oh. Feeling okay? It's not that. Why am I doing so bad? I keep messing up my routine. Your growth spurts just changed your eye level. You'll get used to it. Look, you're as tall as I am now. We practice the same amount. But you are the one who always gets first place. I can't catch up to you, Kasumi. You know why? Because it's my right as the elder sister. We're in the same grade, though. Oh, don't be so down. We'll reach the top of the world together. That's our dream, right? You don't get it. Huh? You'll never understand how I feel. What? Kasumi, if I were like you, things would be so much better. Hey, wait up! Kasumi's the one that people want. Look where you're going! The light's red! Hey! The talented one who can reach the top of the world. Sumire, stop! Listen to me! Sumire! What? Kasumi.
Game. Those question marks ain't tricking no one. You get those silly things out of here.
Seems you remembered.
That's right.
It's from Joker's perspective,
I'm...
to be fair.
Like, didn't Joker just watch the video where it said that we've actually been hanging out with the younger sister the whole time? Not the older? And that she's apparently in some sense of trying to cope with it, assumed the personality of the older sister and had it to where she was the one who died off out of some sense of like how it should have been.
That's not right. I'm
Almost
not
a Johnny
Kasumi.
Cash-esque story of the wrong kid having died.
It's kind of Cloud-esque, actually.
See, I just think of the
Yeah.
story of Dewey Cox.
The girl named Kasumi Yoshizawa is currently deceased.
It was last spring, before I started at Shujin. We were walking home from practice. It happened right there, on that street in the video. I wasn't looking where I was going. And Kasumi, she protected me from the car. I was saved by Kasumi. I robbed her of her dreams, and even her life. I'm her younger sister, Sumire Yoshizawa.
I'll take over from here. After all, I do play a part in this story. Her real name is Sumire Yoshizawa. She's Kasumi-san's younger sister.
But they're in the same grade.
But for months now, she's only seen herself as being Kasumi Yoshizawa, her deceased elder sister. Of course, it was only her cognition of herself that changed, so to the people around her, she was still Sumire-san. For some reason, though, there were a few rare exceptions to this. Did something happen to make you believe she was Kasumi-san?
I like how they look at me like, dude, I'm the new kid. Of course she tricked me.
It appears you were clueless, but she was Sumire Yoshizawa from the start. However, when we watched that other video, she gave her name as Kasumi Yoshizawa. Considering such an odd claim, I'd actually suspected for a moment that she was the palace ruler.
Yeah, but she can't be the palace ruler because she has a persona.
After Kasumi died, but before I started at Shujin, I received counseling from Dr. Maruki.
Mm-hmm.
That was when I told him, if Kasumi is gone and can't make her dream come true, then I want to become Kasumi, so I can turn her dream into reality for her.
So that's why you meddled with her cognition? For her own wishes?
That's right. Limited as it was, I already had the power at the time to actualize her wish.
That's pretty
Put
good.
yourselves in her shoes for a moment. Sumire-san's older sister died from protecting her. Imagine surviving such a dismal tragedy. Who would be able to cope with that survivor's guilt, let alone heal from the emotional scarring that she's suffered? If Sumire-san can live a healthy, positive life by becoming Kasumi-san, then I believe that reality is what would make her happy.
I've had enough of your high and mighty rationalization. All you really did was use her to try and make everyone acknowledge the validity of your research.
No.
So that's how you see things, huh? That's quite unfortunate. Of course I wanted society to acknowledge cognitive science through my research.
But obviously, the paper you wrote 6 months later is how you anticipated that. The experiment, sure, wrong, but definitely not just chasing
my goal
glory.
is to save everyone in the world like Yoshizawa-san by ending all suffering. My work will convert the wishes of the people into reality. Even as we speak, my research is coming to fruition. No one will ever have to suffer again under the yoke of an unfair world. This palace, you called it? It's a place where its ruler's desires take physical form, yes? I wish to utilize my research to save humanity. I suppose that would be the desire I hold dearest.
What total nonsense.
You could very well be right. Still, I'm entirely serious about changing our imperfect reality. Just as she was saved by becoming Kasumi, I'll save every other person in the world currently suffering. In fact, it's my responsibility to do so. You can see how this world's bestowed the duty upon me. I don't know for certain. It'll most likely be treated as if it never existed. The cruel reality will cease to be, and the reality I generate will be the sole world recognized by society.
And you assume we'll buy into your brainwashing and just live in the palm of your hand. Honestly, that sounds absolutely revolting.
Alright, so that's your answer, Akechi-kun. How about the others? Yoshizawa-san. Allow me to ask you yet again. Which reality is it that you wish to inhabit?
Huh?
If you so desire, you can return to your life as Sumire. But if you'd rather continue your life as Kasumi, I can grant that wish for you as well.
Dr. Maruki... It's impossible. I'm sorry, Senpai. I can't go back to being her. I can't be the one who led her sister to her death.
Please don't judge her. This is just evidence of how painful life is for her. You two sensed doubts forming in the reality I manifested. That's what brought you here. But please, remember this as well. You two aren't excluded from the people that I wish to save. Come now. Won't you accept my reality for your own happiness?
Mm-hmm. Well, I can't just stand there and look at him for days, I guess. We'll just go with the one that actually says something.
No deal so far, huh?
What do you think you're doing with her?
He's changing her cognition.
I won't harm her. It's in her best interest that you turn back. You've made clear that you reject the reality she desires. The reality where she lives as Kasumi Yoshizawa.
This is wrong.
It saddens me when you speak that way. Don't you understand? You deny her wishes when you say such things.
Well, I think I know of a better solution than the one she's picked.
This isn't just for her. I'm doing all of this for yourselves as well. I honestly do want to come to terms with you. We should talk.
Then make a world where her sister doesn't die for her.
I have the power to make them
With
come
the
true.
both alive.
My reality can become just the way you like.
Total waste of my time.
A shame, but I understand.
Well then, we just have to resort to force now, don't we?
Violence is not my thing.
Oh no, a dance-off?
I agree, though. It seems we're out of options here.
I don't know. It's a funny
Time to
topic
fight.
for me.
Are you ready? Keep up and don't
What?
embarrass me.
The possibility to shape the world exactly as you wish it were to be?
Yeah, because on one hand, no one is gonna have any more personal growth. You know, like without strife, what makes you human? If everything is happy, then is anything happy?
So
makes
that
sense,
might actually
like-
be a thought process of like stoicism. Is
Do you see what I'm getting at though? It's kind of like that South Park episode where Butter says without sadness there can't be happiness.
Yeah, I mean, I took a class and that's basically the only thing I remember about them saying in it. I mean, yeah, that's a very true sentiment that you have to have contrast, but at the same time,
Yeah, at the same time, no, a world without suffering, right? Like,
yeah, it's like a world without suffering doesn't necessarily mean a world without personal growth. It would mean a world where you don't never lose
but it is
friend or
without
family
personal
member due
growth.
to a tragic mean.
It's not just that. It's like it's down to the little things. You literally will always get whatever you want in his reality, no matter what. With no, just you just.
I mean, like,
And you'll
so
always
I
be
understand,
happy.
you know, no death of Yoshizawa's sister. But, you know, like a world where, you know, like, there's no flat tires. I know that's a dumb thing to just pull out of the air, but, you know, like,
Disgusting.
I mean, it's every single bad thing on any scale, from flat tires to your grandma
We're
dying.
not here to listen to your bullshit.
I mean, so, like, I do understand, you know, the personal growth being an issue in that world. But at the same time, you would end up with almost a sense of time never changes from this moment. It'd be almost an endless 8 scenario.
Okay, I wanted to tell you this last night. What it reminds me of is, funnily enough, near the end of FF13-2, when I forget the exact context, but I know Sarah's taken into this reality where everything is just perfect.
To my power.
And
Oh,
you
when
can
she, like,
choose
goes home
to
and...
Yeah. And Lightning's
What's the
there,
hold
and
up? Manifest.
she knows it's fake.
Yeah, but you can choose to stay there.
Yeah.
But that's
or you
more
can
of...
leave.
I see, I always perceived, you know, like, moments like that, it's more like living in an illusion while the rest of the world crumbles.
You're not 100% wrong there.
Which is a
It is a little
slightly
bit different in
different
that
thing
sense.
between a world
It is
without
slightly
strife
different.
and...
You make that look easy, Joker. That should do. Come! You're mine.
At the same time, you also are giving up any control you have over your life. You no longer... It's almost like Yaldabaoth, where you never have to make a decision for yourself ever again.
Persona! Go down!
Because no matter what, you know, I don't know. It's weird, right? I see both sides, but it is very strange.
This is nothing.
I'll break them. Let's go. Ravage them!
No. Such pathetic attempts won't be enough. Kneel!
This just won't go down.
Kneel!
We're about to lose a lot of...
Accept his mercy. Give yourselves over to him.
Would you just quit running your mouth already? Joker, I'm going to shut that thing up. Give me a hand. He'll die! Weaklings like you!
I just shoot them in the ass when they're down.
Not bad for an improvised technique. Shall we continue this? I'm fairly certain any further negotiating is pointless.
The real problem with this whole thing is it's not actually fixing any of the real problems. It's giving people what they think they want.
It's not. So here's the thing: is bringing her sister alive wouldn't make her happy, though. Because her sister being alive didn't make her happy. She's only sad because she got her killed. She's happier
Yes.
as Kasumi than Kasumi being back alive.
Well, and like I can
those
see
two are-
that being how it's presented, but at the same time, that's treating the symptom, not the cause.
Exactly.
Like what?
That's
Like,
exactly
is she
all
happier
he's doing.
now? Like, in theory, she shouldn't be happier now because she still lost a sister. The thing is, she doesn't have a heavy conscience because she is not personally responsible for that death.
It's not causing her a life of pain, though.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas she's...
That seems
It's
to be the
weird.
case, unfortunately.
I've tried to rationalize his decision in this, and that's the conclusion I came up with, is that she's not really truly happy. And you know, you'll get more into this as time goes on, and
But
yeah,
first, I
you'll be able to
have an
draw
idea.
further conclusions. I'm gonna go grab a cup of coffee.
Rather than explain it with words, I'd like you to actually see this new reality with your own eyes. I know that your friends are already enjoying it. That I cannot do. As I said before, she wishes to live in the reality where she is Kasumi. There's no way I can hand her over to you with matters as they currently are. I already told you that I won't harm her, and I'll swear by it. Don't worry about her. Go. Look at the reality I've created for you all. Once you've seen the results, I know you'll realize which future is best.
You think we'll just obey your orders?
I apologize, but you really are going through with this, even if it's by force. We'll meet again 1 week from today, January 9th. I genuinely pray that you'll change your mind by then.
He got away. We shouldn't chase him too far. Let's say we head back for now. I had spent all that time investigating the people around you so I could set you up. To think Takuto Maruki, of all people, would be the mastermind behind this absurd situation. And he happens to be warping the very fabric of reality while ranting about making everyone's dreams come true. Talk about incomprehensible motives. I can't even wrap my head around such intentions. At any rate, we need to figure out our next steps. Don't you think it'd basically be suicide to try and save her in our current state? We need intel first. If we're going to stand up to him, we have to know more than nothing. I'll do some investigating on my own. I hate that we have to do what he says, but Maruki told us we have to wait until January 9th. Let's meet up here next week. Although, I imagine both our lives will be very different if you choose to live in this reality as your friends have been.
So what happened?
What do you mean? We are going to do investigations as we wait for the 9th. As a trial period.
That's another thing, is he can just kind of fuck with your mind as much as he wants, anytime he wants.
See, like, I do understand what they're saying, but I also know that people's, like, wishes would create so many contingent universes. Because, like, there can't be a world where everyone is completely happy. Because, you know, in theory, Morgana wants Ann to like him. So his wish is for Ann to like him. But Ann does not wish for that. She wishes maybe for Joker to like her.
The thing is, when it comes into that, right? He can just change your cognition so that you don't want that.
But then he's not giving you what you want, which is kind of pointless in the whole matter of that sense to begin with. If that makes sense.
I'd say that if it's possible to give you what you want and doesn't fuck with anyone else's happiness, that he just gives that to you, and if it does, he just does something else, like removes that cognition or something.
Because so far what we've seen have been people have said things that they'd like, but they've only really wanted one thing that they themselves believe would facilitate their life being better. Morgana wishes that he was a human, and then maybe Ann would be able to like him. Not necessarily he's wishing Ann liked him, he wishes he was a human so that it would be a potential. Ryuji wishes that he hadn't punched Kamoshida so that he would have the potential of having a future as an athlete and going to college. And you can go just straight down the line of all the things that people wish, not actually being that everything is exactly how they'd like it to be, but that the thing that causes them the most turmoil wasn't there anymore.
guess we'll see. I have only done this once.
You're one handsome feller. But see, to someone who would have remembered being a human the whole time, potentially, I don't know how deeply rooted into this paradise the cognitions run. You know, like, Futaba's would be the one that has the most long-reaching impact on all of this, actually. Everyone else's things are relatively more recent. And see, like, I have trouble believing that in a world where everyone had exactly what they wanted, the fact that the Phantom Thieves would have ever have gotten together wouldn't be a very possible future in my mind.
It's weird.
Because, like, Morgana remembers fighting for reality, but the motives for that were deeply rooted in the things that people wished hadn't happened.
The way the cognition actually changes is... it's weird.
Okay, Morgana's catching on too. So they do have memories, they've just all kind of happily accepted these things like it's a pleasant dream. It's odd that they've incorporated an autosave prompt for the new content.
Well, they've always had this.
But the events are happening much
right
more
here.
frequently than they... Like, it was once upon a time, like, they might ask if you want to save after an interrogation scene, which
Yeah.
happened once every, 15, 20 hours. Like, one of the things that jumps out to me most apparently is a world where Haru's father is alive is going to result in her probably still being engaged to, like, a real life scenario would be she would still be under her father's thumb and not be her own independent woman. and would likely be still engaged to that asshole.
Not how things are. Because her father's a completely different person.
Yeah, because I guess that she didn't like how her father had become, so it's like the father from her childhood perspective, I guess?
Yongen Jaya. This is Yongen Jaya. Shibuya. This is Shibuya.
I gotta say, your coat is sexy as fuck, though.
Yeah. Well, it's because I got that turtleneck on underneath it.
I like the tailcoat, like the coat.
Yeah, it's a length of coat that most frequently sees use in, big cities, but it is a very aesthetically pleasing fashion that you just don't see a whole lot. Like, I don't know why rednecks don't like that mid-calf coat, but they just can't stand it, dude.
It's all anyone talks about now.
For real? Huh? Yeah.
Girl, I couldn't forget you no matter the amount of therapy sessions I went to. That's great and all, but that doesn't explain why she still went to another school in this universe. Because the only reason she left was because of the bad things that happened, and in theory in this world, those things should never have happened because they were tragic events in our lives.
Jeez.
So they transferred for her jobs is the new reason, which would make sense. Be realistic.
Yeah, it's like he can't actually change the past, he just changes everyone's cognition of why things are the way they are.
But at the same time...
And apparently he can bring people back to life.
Yeah,
Then
which
again, I
means
guess
he
those
can
people-
change the past. It's just them having this
Actually,
weird...
I don't know.
It's a middling line of happy and not, so there are still character
I
growth
don't
in this
know
universe.
if they're actually still alive. I think he just plants them in everyone's cognition.
But they would still be the same as them being alive because
It wouldn't technically, because they don't have any free will. They're not actual people. They're just illusions. In the end.
Well, what you're basically saying is you wouldn't remember that they died, and then you would remember times without them, and you just wouldn't have any memories of them filling in the gaps. And then
There would be
you see
reasons
someone that is
implanted in your
them.
mind as to why you didn't see them.
Them going. So for Futaba's mom, it would be something along the lines of research in Egypt, because that's where crazy mind shit happens.
At the same time, it's not as if this process is perfect. I mean, you've already shook Morgana's, like, cognition just by mentioning a few things.
Well, it's because of the memory part. It's like people are kind of sheepishly walking through a dream, and they've not weighed it and figured out it's fake, and what we're doing is making them realize this is all basically an illusion and not a true paradise. It's just a haze.
But... Sorry. Bye.
There's something weirdly aesthetic about you walking around this distorted reality acting all stoic in that coat.
I mean, what else can a feller do? I mean, obviously, since I've already given 2 of my friends panic attacks, it's obvious that this is not the paradise we're being told it is. Like, it's all in, good practice, but creating a world that is perfect is not the same as helping people through their guide. So our counselor boy just needs to fall back to what it is that he originally became a counselor for, and that's to help people through their trauma, not to erase the trauma.
I still think that the amount of personal growth made in a world like this would be limited to none.
I mean, at this point, we'd have to talk to a non-party member to get a true essence of that.
I mean, Kasumi mentioned that, people become complacent when everything they wanted is given to them. In regards to the Phantom Thieves.
You have a minute?
Even though that's not even exactly what you were doing.
Like,
Because you're
I
not
do
erasing
understand what you
trauma.
mean. Boy, it'd be weird to see Pikachu's voice coming out of this handsome boyo.
Yeah.
But, and like, I do get that mentality, but there's still an element of things
There
that
is still an
happen that
element
you don't
of-
want. Like, Shio did have to move. it wasn't for a dark and twisted reason, but, you know, there was still something that would be considered unfavorable for someone who, you know, has friends and family.
Yeah, but
in
she's
this
coming
area.
back now.
She is, but there would still have been that element of shifting schools that would have given a, maybe not as profound, but still a fraction of character growth.
But from this point onward, no longer. Because nothing bad like your friend transferring schools is ever going to happen again from this point.
Yeah, assuming that you are distressed about that in some regard. Which, in most cases, you would be.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, you know, like, if it was a thing where it's like, yeah, my friend Danny is moving to Hawaii because he got the Big Dick Scholarship, so I'm gonna go visit
But
him
if
in
you-
a couple weeks.
The
You
thing
know.
is, though, if you were so shaken up about that, you would move to Hawaii with me through some crazy circumstances.
That I get the second largest PP scholarship.
Yeah, exactly. Or we both do because our PPs are equal. So
If they find out it's the first time ever tie for world's biggest PP, so we both get to live in Hawaii. Dude, that's the stupidest what if scenario that could ever
But I mean,
be.
that would happen in this reality.
Because, like, this is a world where it's like, I could see there still being bad days at work, but it's like you wouldn't get fired, if that makes sense.
Maybe. I don't know if there'd still be bad days at work.
I mean, as long as it's not a life-changing event, it would still happen. You know, so you'd still know stress, but you wouldn't know life and death decisions.
I don't know. I don't know if that's the only scale we're talking about here. Because if that were the case, Shiho wouldn't even be transferring back. Because that's not like a huge life-altering deal.
Changing
But
schools?
it has to be perfect. Well, not change. Well, it not. I mean, she changed schools in the past, though. Her staying transferred wouldn't be something that would be hard to accept.
Mm-hmm. Over the prolonged period of years, you know, that would make it difficult. Boy, I can tell they reworked the map for this expansion. Like, just even the pictures I've seen 100 times look new.
Thank you.
I think the cards is where your friends are. The social link cards.
Oh, that I actually have to go and visit them.
Yeah.
Let's see. Makes sense. The only reason I didn't believe that was the current case is because I saw Yusuke card and it didn't have a, you know, symbol by it.
That'll be fine.
So this takes on a little bit more of a standard open world motif.
Exactly.
Wait, serious?
Uh-oh, someone's on the streets looking for Best Coat Award. competition's getting fierce, that is a really good trench coat.
Yeah, right.
I think it beats mine. It's more stylish, whereas mine, yeah.
Yeah, but you're supposed to be kind of bland.
Yeah. Maybe it's just the scarf that... Well, no, her jacket's just dope. The scarf is a really nice accessory, though.
You're correct.
Hey! That reminds me. No, but...
And see, so Mom would still be dead in this dream world. So, you know, that would be a moment of character growth. It just didn't shake him up.
Depends on how young she died, though.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, that's still something that, you know, being raised alone without a mother would still have an impact on you.
Not if everything else is perfect.
But, like, I can't help but think that it would be very likely, if that was the case, that she would wish that she had gotten to know her mother. I feel like, you know, that's the automatic response that they give people who come from that background in these kinds of stories. But so she's much more focused on Dad being recognized as the hero he truly was to her.
I'm sorry.
Another thing to remember too is this is all being done by a man, not like a perfect being.
Mm-hmm. But so there's an element of, is he going off of what he heard in his therapy sessions with people?
Yes, more than likely. That's inferred.
Cause I didn't remember Futaba getting into Mom's existence.
She did mention that her mom, because remember, she mentioned her mom was also into cognitive science, and he's like, oh, past tense, huh?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'd forgotten. I'm gonna grab a cup of coffee real quick.
Good. All right, I'll do the same.
What about Morgana? He could never have heard what Morgana said. Would I have told him my cat wishes he was a human?
Shibuya. This is Shibuya.
Exactly.
I'm so pumped. I'm super curious. How delightful.
Yeah, I guess that's an important thing to keep in mind, is he is still just a man, not a omnipotent god.
Did you go somewhere?
Yeah, to get coffee.
Okay. So that means you didn't hear my thing that complicates matters.
What?
Morgana got a wish. So that means
true.
there's an element in there of I can easily see him having to have had some form of interaction with them in order to give them what they want, because it's almost like we're all in his world right now as he
There's kind of
believes
an
we want
explanation, though.
Okay,
Like I
so
said,
they
we
do
haven't
delve into
uncovered-
how Morgana
Well,
and he...
We haven't uncovered all the info yet. You know, there's still some information to be retrieved regarding all of this, you know.
Okay. Because right now it's like going off of the hypothesis that it's from the counseling sessions he would never had one with.
It's definitely partly with the counseling sessions, though. No doubt.
But he would never have had a counseling session with Morgana.
Whoa! No way, man!
So he still suffered the injury to his knee. There's also an element of every time you approach your friend, it talks about, you know, their reality. So it almost makes me think like there's a bubble around these people.
It kind of is like that, because like Kasumi, or to everyone who already knew she was Sumire, that didn't change. She just, whenever someone said, "Hey, Sumire," it just said Kasumi in her brain.
Her brain just auto-corrected.
Mm-hmm. Another element of not fucking with anyone else's happiness or anyone else's cognition to necessarily kind of some. It's weird.
But if that was the case, it would make you think that something is wrong with us for hearing what she wanted to hear. Cause like didn't her like didn't well I bet to be real smooth that anytime we hung out with her with someone who would have known her real name, they just
everyone called her
Yoshizawa.
Yoshizawa-san. Exactly.
Except for
Everyone
Maruki, who knew what she wanted to hear and would have said so. But that's something that, if I was a more petty / determined person, that you could comb through the dialogue and see if that is truly the case. I would assume it is, but it's possible that they slipped up something.
It was done on purpose. I don't think they slipped up. I was watching very closely throughout this entire playthrough.
Looking for such things.
Yeah. Because I was just curious. Because like I played through the game, obviously not knowing that, so watching you play through the game again with that knowledge in mind, I was curious.
Mm-hmm. For the same reason of we've seen Yoshizawa, and how many people would have just called her Yoshizawa? How often did we hear her name? And this being Japan, we were none the wiser.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna ask him about running, cause we already know he can run. We watched him run up a fucking boat.
I think it's more like run again, as in run on the track
Competitively.
again, but yeah.
Hey! Huh? Whoa! See ya!
Just spend a week going around freaking out all your friends.
I spend a week literally going and shattering and just shitting on their dreams.
Literally shattering their reality at the moment. Like literally shattering their reality.
Like, oh, so your leg's better. Yeah. Why would it?
You know, I have
not
noticed
be?
the stream's been a lot more stable.
Yeah, we've had no glitches or hiccups since we've started using that landline, which I'm pretty happy with.
This is definitely a acceptable way to stream if need be.
Considering the amount of games we've ended up streaming together like this, even before there was audio, you know, like the Yakuza games had enough content for an entire stream of just block content. It'd be a short stream.
We'll just have to, for the future, if we don't know beforehand.
Yakuza's a good
Which we
franchise
probably-
because they give you a flag. When you go and
Yeah.
talk to the guy, they say, "Are you ready for an end of the game?" Basically.
We probably will know beforehand, because chances are for streaming something, either me or you, me probably, will have already played it.
More than likely.
If that isn't the case, like.
But
by
like,
chance,
does
if I do end up
FF7
moving-
original have blocked cutscenes? I doubt it because
Original, no.
obviously
The
the new
remake
one
does.
would. I mean,
The
I
remake-
would
the
understand the
very,
entirety
very
of the new
end
one being a
is
blocked cutscene.
Actually, just the very, very end. Just the last boss fight.
And so there's
stuff.
probably a message that says so before you accept
There
it.
isn't.
There isn't. So the main thing would be.
It just goes right into block.
It
scene.
probably is pretty consistent with, you know, something you could infer though. You know, like about to go fight Sephiroth.
Yeah. Well, you can just look up and like Google, are there any block scenes in this?
Hmm. The main thing
And more
that would
most of
be,
the time.
like the main thing, like if we were to do this in a more, you know, professional capacity, would be cutting up the stream lengths times so that you don't end up with a 15-minute stream into a blocked cutscene.
Most of the time, we're gonna have prior knowledge, though. If
Mhm.
not every time. I don't think there's a single game you or I have streamed, except for like FF12 briefly, that we hadn't gone through all the way. One of us hadn't.
Mm-hmm.
Usually me, like I said.
Mm-hmm. Well, and technically, you're Dishonored.
Yeah, briefly.
Like you had played some of the
Dishonored
first one,
doesn't
but
have any blocked cutscenes.
mm-hmm. Yeah, and so a lot of that is, I feel like that's more of a, you know, very heavy story-based JRPG-esque motif. You know, like most American games don't tend to do that. Like, does Red Dead 2
I mean, if you were
have
playing,
a blocked
playing
cutscene?
original, I don't remember.
Spider-Man may have.
It might.
But yeah, that's
If you
the
were
thing.
playing
Like, if we
original
were
P5, you'd
pre-recording
have-
these things, that would be, you know, the main thing that would help with is.
Yeah. Like half of original P5 is blocked. Like from July onward, it's just blocked.
I could see that because that's when things ramp up there.
So if you were playing original P, and they'd have blocked cutscenes just in the middle of places here and there, so you would have just had to basically stream the whole thing on the computer if you played original P5, which there's no
Mhm.
reason to now. There's no reason to play original P5 if you have this game at all.
Mm-hmm.
Shibuya. This is Shibuya.
Not for any narrative sense. I guess if you didn't want all the quality of life things they added in this game, you might.
Or maybe if you wanted, you know, the more trying experience of the OG, you know, like not having
Like I
the
said, if
super
you-
broken
like I said, if you-
items or exploited things, you know, like
I guess to a
like the
degree.
wheel seeds are pretty. I could see how people might want to play the game without the wheel seeds being
The
a
thing
factor.
is, if you want to play the game without the will seeds, just don't equip them.
I mean, that's true, but at the same time, they do feel very kind of. They were put in the game with use in mind, so it's like I could
Well, yeah,
understand
of
someone
course.
just wanting it to be where it's not even on the table per se.
The thing is, the game is for 90% of the game, like the gameplay is still kind of the same.
Mm-hmm. I could also see someone who doesn't want.
Gameplay-wise, I mean. That I mean, there are a myriad of differences, to be fair, but
Like, another reason is if you just don't want to get into any of the Yoshizawa stuff, it
I
might
guess
be
but
better because she
that's
does
like saying you
feel
want a
kind
game-
of she's very much so in the main light, and there are those moments every so many hours where it's just a cutscene of her and you interacting.
I feel that in a way.
Yeah, like
And you know, there is a weird option that you can go play original, but that's almost like saying I wish there was a version of the game without Makoto in it.
I mean, I get what you're saying. The difference, though, between not wanting Makoto in the game and Yoshizawa is scripted involvement, where, like, for a very consistent
But every
thing.
character is scripted involvement.
Is scripted for the introduction and has scripted moments, but there's not scripted lunch meetings on the roof and stuff like that. You know, the other characters aren't quite as spoon-fed.
But that's such a strange thing to want to get a whole different game for with not as much content.
Yeah,
or-
like I wouldn't see that
you know.
being the sole reason for it, but it could be a factor for some people, is not wanting things to be portrayed in those moments the way they are. Because out there somewhere is someone who believes that the original game is just superior in every way. Somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt, right?
Very unpopular opinion, more than likely, but there's someone out there who, you know, just, yeah.
But especially if you're new to the franchise, with no preconceptions, like you, for instance.
Yeah, you know, this is a cherry for me.
The original Persona 5 would just feel like a downgrade to you, probably. There's no reason for you to play it, you know? Because you've seen all it has and more.
Yeah, I guess it's possible that there's an exploit or two that's in this game that, just due to certain circumstances, I've never used, so I wouldn't miss elements of it.
The funny thing is, exploits were actually taken out of the original P5 for this game, like the Reaper, for instance.
Yeah, and so there's always, you know, elements of that in these kind of games, but it's like the whole thing about, you know, the ridiculous amounts of money from clothing. You know, that's something that wouldn't be in the original because the section of town where that takes place isn't there, and the darts.
But you can
and
still
the
make a
billiards
ridiculous amount of money in original,
and things like
though.
that are, you know, just sprinkles on top of an already existing dessert. But some people might say, I prefer it without sprinkles.
Some people might, and they have a right to their opinion. I just disagree.
Because some people might say, all sprinkles do is add color and no true flavor and no true substance.
Really, what it comes down to is if you asked me if I played Royal, should I play Original, I'd be like, hell no. In my opinion, no.
Well, yeah.
And I'd probably say, like,
as far as a
90% of
money-saving
people
sense, but
I mean,
I
you can
guess
get
one way
original
of thinking
P5
about
for
it
like
is,
$5.
You know, like after watching the director's cut of Blade Runner, is there a reason for you to watch the original theatrical version? Technically, there shouldn't be, but if you want to experience it as it originally was, and you want it for purely that reason, then you're more, you know, then it would make sense. But that it's the same movie. There's going to be differences, but it's the same overall film.
If you were to ask Adrian, though, should I watch OG Lord of the Rings or should I watch the extended editions, he will scoff and be like, why would you even think about watching the originals?
But if you had already watched the director's cut and you wanted to be able to talk about the differences between the cuts, because movie buffs are weird that way.
Yeah, sure. If you wanted to talk about the differences, sure.
You know, there's really no reason that would ever.
That's a really
come up in a
specific
conversation,
reason
but yeah.
to want to.
Well, it's like how some people love watching a movie and then watching the director commentary, and it's like.
Sure.
Yeah, you know.
I still say though, to the layman, who's really just playing it for the story, for their own benefit and stuff, you know. Unless you really just want to dissect all of the differences for whatever reason, there's no reason to play P5.
Wait!
Your dad's not wrong, though, technically, Haru. We've spent 2 nights of alone time together. I think we're quite serious at this point. We even held hands.
Out of wedlock. Can't tell him that, though.
No, God. No, we have to lie to your father and tell him it was within wedlock. It's okay, sir. We're already married. We can hold hands. I can't help but feel like with each one of these almost pocket universes of happiness, that there'd be a Groundhog Day element to it. Of if anything happened because they couldn't control what the other people did prior to something. You know, so like if while Haru and her dad were sitting here, they could, in theory, be robbed. They wouldn't remember that day happening because, you know, it's not happy. But that, in theory, there are an infinite number of days that would be rewritten because of events like that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Excuse me?
Let's see, who's left to talk to and ruin their life? Just Futaba and Yusuke, right?
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's time to go ruin people's lives. Like, Morgana hasn't been to bed in days.
Shibuya. This is Shibuya.
Exactly.
Yusuke, you would be here.
What a coincidence.
I like that he uses a popped collar on his jacket.
Indeed.
Yusuke seems so happy. I guess I better take a shit.
No. My apologies.
Well, time to go home. I've ruined my friend's life. My friends are so happy. I gotta do something about this. Futaba, where are you? I gotta ruin it all. Just kick open the door and scream your mother's dead.
Shibuya. This is Shibuya.
Dude, I have been to this subway station more today than possibly in the entire game combined. As far as like honest to God navigation of it. Because they won't let me fast travel anywhere.
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's a new outfit on Papa
man.
Dude, the god damn, dude, the black hat's dope. Dude, Dreamworld Pappuccino looks like the kind of guy who has a convertible to like the house on the fucking top of the hill, dude.
Really?
Ha!
Huh? I'm okay.
Time to head home.
I've ruined everyone's dream, so all I can do now is wait. Can't we get Morgana at least a blanket?
I've uncovered a few things in my investigation this week, so I thought I'd share my findings with you.
Alright.
First, regarding Maruki himself, he's been researching the treatment of patients through changes in their cognitions since his college years.
Yes.
You already knew about that, correct? Maruki's work apparently had enough investors that he was planning to break ground on a research facility somewhere. And as you know, those plans never came to fruition. His funding was cut off, and his research was ended for him. It's probable. However, we can't be certain of the reason why, at least with our current understanding.
Well, if I had any guesses, I would assume it was because a particular politician didn't want any of that pseudoscience or cognitive science being made known.
What was the purpose of his research into cognitive science? Doesn't it feel like there's more to the story? For example, maybe his research was stymied by someone else for their own reasons. Anyway, that's all I could dig up about Maruki's history. The only thing that's become clearer is his stance on using cognitive science. He's dead serious about saving people. He distorted reality itself to make his dream come true. I can only imagine how delighted he is right now. That reminds me. There was one more thing I wanted to tell you about the reality Maruki's put us in. It seems that Okumura and Wakaba are both considered alive by all accounts. They aren't mere illusions or cognitive beings. They truly are alive and existing in this world. In fact, their deaths seem to have never taken place at all in this reality. Shido was the only one arrested on the crime of attempting to overthrow the government. It seems the Phantom Thieves were causing a stir in this society as well. But there's no record of your arrest now. Basically, in this reality, you and I haven't committed any crimes. I don't understand how Maruki was able to distort reality to such extremes. But at the very least, he was being honest when he told us that he'd make such revisions, and rather convenient ones. Remaining in this Maruki revised reality means living under his thumb forever. And I refuse to live like that. I'll be the one to choose my path. That's how I've lived up to now. And it's going to continue from here till the end. But what about you? You saw them for yourself, didn't you? Your friends seem to have taken a liking to Maruki's version of reality. Don't tell me you've changed your mind after seeing them. I see. I pray your answer doesn't change when we face Maruki tomorrow. That takes care of the info I wanted to share. See you soon.
Are you going somewhere tomorrow?
So they are really alive.
With Akechi? You guys are really hitting it off lately. Of course, that's not a bad thing. Hey, so, about what you said before. You know, that stuff about my happiness? Sorry, it's nothing.
Do you want to come back to bed?
Good night.
So, you came.
Twice.
Based on the look in your eyes, I'm guessing your friends aren't going to be of any use to us. Oh yes, because I'm sure you're all just as close as you were before reality was changed. Well, there's no point in griping about it out here.
Dude, you just have no idea how much I shit on all of their happy
Are
endings.
you ready? As I mentioned yesterday, it's quite likely that we'll have to confront Maruki physically. If you're not prepared for such a contingency, then please go and take care of your affairs as quickly as possible. How about this? Now, let us depart.
Excuse me, is, Whoa! Hey guys.
Looks like we've all had the same idea.
Are you here to speak with him as well?
Kinda. So, he's not here? He left around noon. Said he was meeting up with Akechi.
Sojiro said if we need to talk about stuff, we can use this place for a while.
Cool.
You know... He asked me the other day. Something along the lines of whether or not I'm okay with how things are. At first I didn't know what he was talking about, but as he kept going, his words started making my chest feel all tight.
I know what you mean. And ever since then, it's like something isn't right in my heart anymore.
I have no complaints about my current life. On the contrary, in fact. I am truly happy with it.
Well, you are probably getting food on a regular basis.
So, in that case, what is this inkling of a feeling I have deep in my soul?
Damn it. I'm so bad at figuring out this sort of stuff. Hey, do you think maybe we're all running away from something super important? I've been kind of wondering for a while now. Maybe the reason his words hurt so much is because he's right. But I was too scared to admit that for some reason. That's why I pretended I didn't understand what he meant.
When I was speaking with him, I felt like I caught a glimpse of this mysterious sight. Something that shouldn't have happened, but still, I felt like I shouldn't turn away from it.
Same here.
And myself as well. It seems that we really have lost sight of something precious to us after all.
That might be. But I'm so scared to remember what it is. If I remember that, I feel like my life as I know it is gonna end. Oh, Futaba. But even still, I don't want to feel this way anymore either. Me too.
Guess that's it, huh? He was trying to tell us all something important, and I bet he's probably still working on it somewhere. Ain't no way I'm gonna bail on him just so I can keep running from... whatever it is.
When I had that strange experience you all mentioned, I saw him and the rest of us there together. I want to believe the connection we share here is a genuine one.
Well, I know if we don't do something soon, we're gonna lose our connection with him. Don't ask how I know. It just feels like the truth to me.
I admit I am happy right now, but I just can't accept the situation as it is. I'm done with trying to escape my problems.
Huh?
Alright, I gotta go piss after all that coffee, so
Well,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna let this music play as I go take a leak.
if I must. All right. I have something.
Are you gonna force me to go down?
Probably.
I have something. It's a treasure chest. I don't see.
Oh no!
They encircle us, but they're a bunch of frail wimps.
God damn it, Perry.
They're
Persona!
not too impressive though.
Dominion! Go down! That's one enemy immobilized. Finish it, Joker! This enemy is a sad little weakling. Let's put it out of its misery. I'll break them. Not manifest! He's got one survivor! Prepare yourself! Let's do this! Let's do this, Joker!
I just want to watch Joker Spooder Man. Dude, Akechi just absolutely loses his mind while I'm being steezy.
What a letdown. Well, time to be on our way.
Okay. Everyone all right?
When there's only two of us, you can just say, "Are you all right?"
It's somewhere.
Is there a will seed in this place? I'd hope not.
There are will seeds here, but you can't get any right now, I don't think. In particular, though, this accessory, I mean, I guess it will do you some good to whoever you give it to, since it has that 8% HP and SP after a fight, get back. But you can't upgrade it until New Game Plus, which I doubt you're doing, at least anytime soon.
Yeah, more than likely Newt.
Focus.
Like I said, the biggest reason to do New Game Plus is getting all the confidants you missed, and you didn't miss any, so...
Focus.
Cause you fucking good.
Enemy ahead. Focus. There seems to be a treasure chest. It's somewhere.
I would wager there's a safe room somewhere nearby. Hey. It's a safe room.
I should write something. Now, let us depart. Focus. Thank you for coming. She's only sleeping. I've never had any intention of hurting her. Once her inner turmoil begins to settle, I'll have her remember her life as she wishes to live it.
The life that she wishes for, huh? Call it what you like. You're merely brainwashing people for your own satisfaction.
I'm wholly aware that some will interpret my acts that way. But if that self-satisfaction leads to the happiness of thousands of others, don't you agree that outcome is for the best? If I understand correctly, You went and checked in on your friends this past week. This reality is the one that they all wished for. Did any of them seem troubled by that fact?
You know what's immediately weird about this quote-unquote palace?
What that?
This isn't his shadow, it's him.
Well, it's one of those cognitive science expert things.
Yeah. I'm just
This
saying.
reality is the true reality. All you have to do is recognize it as such. Once you do, you'll be just as happy as they are. Didn't you see it yourselves? Your friends don't just want to live these lives. They want you to choose this
Because
reality
what you're saying
for
is
yourselves and live happily too.
he's basically acquired a sense of he and his cognitive self are 100% the same person. That his distortion is actually real. And that's what's actually happening right now.
Please, I want you to understand. For their sake, as well as yours. Well, it's time. For the sake of Yoshizawa-san, and the rest of your friends, I ask you to give me your answer. Huh?
Negotiations seem to have broken down.
There's a butterfly, so that means I did the right choice.
I see. It seems we still haven't reached an understanding.
No. You're not serious, right? Please. I'm begging you, Senpai. Please let me live as Kasumi. But why? This pain is too much. Why can't I just leave it behind me? Kasumi is gone forever, and it's all Sumire's fault. I can't live that kind of life. Please, don't try to stop me.
As you jump down here to try to beat my ass in?
If you do, then I'll...
You drew the sword before I came at you. Girl, don't you do this.
How stubborn.
Kenchi's like, listen to him.
No matter what you say to her,
This never
I
almost
doubt
got
she'll
me dead.
understand.
Oh.
I don't think we have a choice in the matter here.
But you do not want to solo this man.
I could take care of it for you right now. But
He'll
you
reflect
prefer to leave here
everything.
alive, right? Just hurry up and end this.
Please.
Don't make me do this.
The fact that she says, "Don't make me do this," I says, "You don't."
Can't stop this.
No, you don't make me do this. Don't make me do this. No, you don't make me do this.
She's trying to stop you from.
Please don't do this to me.
It's time.
No! Cendrillon! Please don't do this to me.
Persona. All right.
Cendrillon!
Come.
Persona!
Let's go. All right.
Please don't do this to me.
Persona. You're mine.
Persona!
Let's go.
Persona! Why are you doing this?
This was very embarrassing against Lucifer. Lucifer just drains physical.
Yeah.
And Null's light. She couldn't do jack shit.
Please, just leave me alone. I can't go back.
It's time.
I mean, she's. I don't. I've hit her like once of my own actual.
Persona! Michael!
I'm fixing to hit her right now, dude.
There!
Cendrillon!
Yeah, charge it up.
It's time. All right.
No! Please don't do this to me. Why?
Looks like you lost.
The exact same way you did,
Why?
Akechi.
No. I can't. I can't go back to being Sumire. You saw it all for yourself, Senpai. It's my own fault that my sisters... Why don't you understand? Please. I beg you.
I'm not gonna feel sorry for you because you didn't wish for her back.
Yoshizawa-san. I can give you strength, so you don't have to suffer.
Doctor.
Tell me, if you want your pain to end, and desire to live as Kasumi, I'll actualize it!
Did he?
Sadly, she has lost sight of herself. She's in pain. Now, be her guide, and together, escape from the nightmare!
No, I can't! I don't want to go back to my life in cinders ever again!
What the hell? This so-called kindness of his disgusts me. Let's do this quick.
I refuse to go back! I'm happy here! This is where I belong!
I'll rescue you. The only way I know how.
Wow, Cinderella was appropriate. Weirdly. Now that I'm thinking about it.
It's gone totally berserk.
She got her happily ever after, and you're trying to take it away.
We need to stop her persona.
I'll take that!
It ate the smaller one? What a pain. We'll have to beat it before it heals itself again.
None will stand in my way!
Isn't it usually weak to darkness, she is? I don't know if she is right now, but...
Usually?
It might not be right now.
Koryu!
I wouldn't even try a lie. Honestly.
Nice.
I will
Drop
seize
there.
Troy! I won't hold back! Stand down! Let's go! Stand down!
Persona! There! Payback time! Fear my power! That should do.
For my joy! How was that?
Persona! Michael! All right. I'll break them. That should do. Oh, yeah?
For my joy! How was that?
Persona! Not this. Let's go. Sir! All right. Got it. Heal.
I won't hold back!
Persona! Persona! Persona!
I'll take that!
Not yet. Let's go. That's not right.
down! Fear my power!
Make a decision.
Those boys blocking fire and
And dark.
I don't know if they're weak to ice.
Damn it. There's no...
I refuse to return. I will never go back to being such pathetic, soot-coated garbage!
You can't tell? It's her refusal to accept the truth.
How can she have a persona if she refuses to accept the truth?
We can't afford to waste time on this shit! Here it comes!
I don't think so.
Damn it, Skull. I told you not to rush in by yourself like that. At least it seemed to work out in our favor.
Took you long enough.
Our apologies for making you wait so long.
Is that... Akechi-kun and Dr. Maruki?
Yoshi's always trapped by... Why is her persona doing this? What in the world is going on here?
So much of this shit makes no sense, but we'll cover it later. We've got to stop her first, right, Joker?
All right, let's get in formation. Okay, guys, leave the navigation to me. Let's push them back.
Unbelievable. Why did they come here?
Let's go!
Whoa, that was awesome.
It's time.
None will stand in my way.
Should try ice against him when you get the chance. I don't know if that'll work, but just...
That should do.
Then you could start baton passing against Chamber for extra damage. Charge into an AoE attack, maybe?
That's what I was thinking. They block
Yeah.
in. I think they just block all magic, dude.
If I can find it, maybe.
Skill's pretty good.
I won't hold back.
Go down. Hang in there.
Let's go.
What? Crow's got some moves.
Sona. You're mine.
Two enemies floored. Not bad, Joker.
Do it.
Not yet. Persona! Mercurius! One enemy on the floor. Bonafide, bonafide. Get up!
That's my cue.
Get up.
Break them. Manifest! Feel my power. Persona!
Go! Back in action. Payback time.
Bam!
It looks like
back.
Nice timing.
It can't end yet.
Persona! Ravage them!
Knock them right off their feet. Nice, Joker.
Go!
Not
My
yet.
turn! Persona! Get wrecked! I'll break that. Woodland Persona!
I'm fired up. Mona's really feeling it. I'm inspired. Ultimate power. We bid you adieu. Ha! Let's do this, Noir.
I know they say that this move is supposed to trigger when you're in like dire straits. It's more of
It's
just
also
a
supposed to
finishing
trigger-
move.
It's also supposed to trigger when
Hear them.
enemies are at low health.
Bells of midnight are tolling.
Hey, nice.
Now, my dream won't be. The clock strikes midnight. It's now or never.
Yoshizawa-san!
You've all... I can't believe you've thrown away your happiness just to come here and... And how? It's impossible.
You're Dr. Maruki, right?
That's right. More importantly, why are...
Dude, what the hell's Doc doing inside a palace?
He's ruling this palace, is what he's doing.
What?
Not only that, he's the one who's generated this whole distorted reality. Isn't that right, Maruki-san?
All of this was done for your own joy.
Our joy?
That's right. I only wanted to grant your wishes. Each and every one.
Wait, you what? What do you mean? We never wished for anything like that.
Is that really true?
Huh?
No, never mind. So, you all intend to deny the reality I've created for you. If you want to fight me, then so be it. If you plan on changing my heart, that's fine too. But before that, I think there's still room for discussion here. Also, I believe taking care of Yoshizawa-san is more important than settling this issue right now.
Planning to run again?
We can get back to fighting if that's what you really want, but I think you're rather exhausted at the moment.
Yoshizawa-san!
There's still time. February 3rd. I'll hear your final decision on the 3rd. If your views can't align with mine by then, we'll have no other choice but a physical altercation. As much as I would loathe that, I still can't give up what I've started. What I swore I'd do. On the day I lost everything that mattered to me.
I've lost his reading. I want to pursue him, but I doubt that's even possible right now.
Let's get out of here. Yoshizawa's gotta rest anyway.
I'm still just as shocked as I was when we first came here. The navigators returned to our devices. A palace is visible in our own reality.
Does this mean reality's broken right now or something? Something to do with Dr. Maruki anyway.
Hey, how much do you already know about this stuff?
So Dr. Maruki...
He altered our reality to make our dreams come true?
This is all too much for me to handle at once.
Apologies for the interruption. Mind if I interject? That's right, Akechi. There's no reason to be defensive. Had I wished to kill you all, I would have simply done so already.
Yeah, because that worked out so well last time you tried to step to us, you some bitch.
So you're not here to fight us?
I've already put our feud behind me. Not only that. Since he and I both refuse to accept reality as Maruki sees fit to make it, we currently have the same goal.
So what you're saying is you're using him.
What we're saying is we're making a universe where Akechi goes to prison again.
What about the rest of you? Considering how you were all living your ideal lives in that other reality, until you decided to come here. Maruki seems to be telling the truth about taking your happiness into consideration. While his heart is distorted, he is quite different from the adults whose hearts you've changed so far. Now that you know his intentions, I'm most interested in learning whether you still plan on fighting him or not.
What do you mean?
I'm up against someone with the power to distort reality as we know it. The more allies on my side, the better. If we all share the same goal, shouldn't we join forces and improve our odds? I'll be going now. Be sure to consider my point.
Hey! Hey! Jeez.
Yoshizawa, are you alright? Oh, yes. I'm sorry that I caused you all so much trouble.
No, you don't need to apologize.
We should probably go our separate ways for now and discuss it at a better time.
Yeah, tomorrow we can... Oh yeah, third semester's starting up tomorrow, right?
I guess we're going back to school, huh? We still don't have any idea what we want to do from here on out, though.
We've got time. Maruki said he'll wait until February 3rd before... Let's really think it over before making our decision.
Yo, welcome back. Huh? I didn't know you guys were out together. Wait, what's wrong, Futaba?
Hey, Sojiro? Is Mom?
Mom? You mean Wakaba? Well, what about her?
Nah, it's nothing. It's just I happen to remember something about her, that's all.
I see. Okay, then. You know, I caught myself thinking about her earlier, too. Odd coincidence, huh? Well, I'm gonna head home for the night. How about you, Futaba?
I'm gonna stick around a bit longer.
I see. Don't stay out too late, all right? The place is all yours. You've got school tomorrow, too, so get to bed at a reasonable time.
Mom really is gone again. Sojiro sees it that way too now. Oh yeah! I forgot to tell you what happened before we came to rescue you. We all ended up here at the same time after you left for Odaiba.
What was that?
Wait, you're...
What the? Oh yeah, that's right. Why were you human, Mona?
Yeah! You're supposed to be a cat!
I am not a... Oh, wait. Yeah, I guess I am a cat.
How did we never realize?
You know, we've got more
This whole
important
time,
things to do than
we
sit
thought you were
around here
just
and figure out what
a
happens to us.
striking young lad sleeping in the same bed as.
That's right!
You said he was headed to Odaiba, correct? And with... We need to find them! Once we got to Odaiba, we spotted the palace. You know how the rest goes. You were fighting this whole time, weren't you? While I was just bumming around town without a care. I'm sorry. Deep down, I always suspected something strange was happening. Something wrong. But being with my mom was so much fun, I stopped trying to figure it out. But I've totally snapped out of it thanks to you. I'm all good now. Yep, no worries. I'm fine. With... School's tomorrow, right? You better not stay up late. You might end up oversleeping.
We've all been through too much today. Let's try to get some sleep.
What? Yep.
Hey, the group chat's back.
Whoa! Just what we needed.
Group chat.
Let's do it.
It's been quite some time.
Well, really, it's been about 2, maybe 3 weeks.
We have finally succeeded in reaching you.
Oh shit, all I had to do is text.
have been imprisoned once more.
God damn. No.
This time, not by the god of control, but a different entity, one who's bound you through your future. However, you held fast to your free will and believed in your bonds, allowing your friends to regain their own realities. You are on the verge of grasping a potential reality once more. Our meeting again now within this place is proof enough. It seems the time has come.
You know, if y'all could call me into this place earlier in the night and not have to worry about the alarm clock interrupting us.
The way dreams are, it's kind
Beings
of
who
fucky.
provide aid to humans as they carry out their will.
Because you might have like what feels like a
You
5
must
second
be the
dream that
one to
lasts all
determine the
night, which is
path and
weird.
actions to take. If the will of rebellion still thrives within you, then we will surely meet again.
What's crazy too is it can happen in the opposite.
Yeah, I've had dreams where it's like I've lived entire lifetimes.
Yeah.
And I open my eyes and it's been 5 goddamn minutes and I'm miserable. It's like, no! I made it to my deathbed and I woke up in my sleepy bed.
You ought to tell everyone else that too. Let's all meet up after school.
Good morning. I'm sorry. I can't believe what I tried to do to you two. I genuinely cannot apologize enough for what happened.
Oh, come on. There's no need for that. More importantly, how have you been?
Physically, I'm fine. But mentally, to be entirely honest, I'm all mixed up. My memories are still pretty fuzzy, and I haven't really processed everything yet. I'm going to need a little time to myself to think things through. I have to figure out what to do with myself from here on.
She's like a completely different person.
Mm-hmm. Which means for the people who, you know, like really wanted to waifu her, you may end up getting to this point and then realizing you don't like her in that way because she's not who you were introduced to in that sense.
Yeah, I get that a lot. I get that. I've seen that happen online.
Yeah, because it's like she's a completely different person. So it's almost a red herring. It's like you potentially start to really like this person who's been spoon-fed to you and it feels really natural and organic. And then, and you know.
I mean, to be fair, it was almost
Time's up.
good for me. I'm more attracted to Shire.
It gives her more depth. And by you and her going through a trying experience such as this, instead of just helping her to recover from a growth spurt, you know, it
You're
gives a
gonna
little
unlock
bit
the
more
next 5
weight
ranks for a
to an
confidence.
emotional bond.
Man.
What? Oh. I forgot that Lavenza is a name I should know, because I've heard it said like once.
Yeah.
We have to choose our own path, eh?
I like
Akechi had
Lavenza
mentioned that we needed to determine what we'll do from here on out.
Yusuke,
It
what's with
seems he
this
was
new
right.
coat? Why do you have so many nice clothes?
We can't accept this reality,
He's
but
Yusuke, bro.
that means we'll have to fight Dr. Maruki, right? That's right. We have to confront Maruki and steal his desire. In a way, it's business as usual for us.
Dr. Maruki is an adult with a warped desire, but that desire's just a wish for us all to be happy, right?
I admit, it's nothing similar to the desires we've seen in the likes of Shido and Kamoshida. The Phantom Thieves only change the hearts of evildoers. Dr. Maruki is quite different from our past targets.
Well, I think we already know what we gotta do. Haru's right. Dr. Maruki ain't a shitty adult at all. There are probably plenty of folks out there living all happy in this reality. Who knows? Maybe Dr. Maruki is actually doing the right thing. But we all still feel like this reality's wrong, right? We decide what's right for ourselves. That's what we all agreed on when we went after him in the palace. If changing Doc's heart fixes our reality, then I'm gonna do it. So somebody say something?
Sorry, I was just thinking about how right you are, Ryuichi.
So we're going to change our target's heart not to reform society, but to acquire the reality we believe in. That doesn't sound bad at all.
Then it's unanimous.
Well, that means our next step is pretty clear. Right. Maruki said that he'd be willing to fight if we are too. It's safe to assume he's expecting us to infiltrate his palace.
That reminds me. You know that, reality bending stuff? Why is Doc able to do that anyway?
I've been wondering the same thing. Even if he was the top cognitive science expert, that wouldn't be enough for him to do all of this.
If we're going to fight Maruki, we'd better dig up some more intel on him first.
Good day.
Oh shit, you got my phone number.
This is Lavenza speaking.
Huh?
Your will of rebellion has reached new heights. We would like to aid that will, if you find it agreeable.
Wait, how is she even calling you?
And how'd she know how high our wills are? Did she tap your line or something?
Her timing was just too perfect. Maybe she actually did.
I have performed no form of electronic surveillance whatsoever.
For someone who supposedly does everything in a dream world, you sure seem to be dropping a lot of wordly terms.
Apparently, she can hear you.
There's something I wish to tell you regarding your current situation. However, I'm reaching the limit of my communication ability with this method. Let us meet in person tomorrow. It would be best for me to select a location considered easy to reach by all parties. Therefore, let us convene at your school.
At Shujin?
Wait, she'll be at the school? Lavenza will?
In that case, I'll see you tomorrow.
She hung up.
Is she really gonna go to our school? Just walk through the front gates like nothing?
I'm not sure what to make of it. But since we've determined our goal and Lavenza's offered to help us, I'd call that progress of some sort. All we have left is whatever we discuss tomorrow at school, plus whether or not we're going to team up with Akechi. Considering what he told us, really does seem like we share an end goal with Akechi, but...
Well, I think we ought to team up.
Me too. Are you sure?
Dr. Maruki's strong enough to change reality itself. If we're gonna fight him, we're gonna need Akechi's help.
Plus, if he does betray us again, we'll just take him out too.
I guess that settles that.
Let's all meet at Shujin tomorrow. I'll take care of figuring out how to get Yusuke and Futaba in the school.
I appreciate the effort. Thank you.
All right, let's head home for now.
Yeah!
I'm a sharpshooter at Ghost Masquerade, hiding both face and mind.
I'll just add this.
All three for you to draw. I'm a sharpshooter. What else should I be? Please don't take off my mask.
Oh yeah, so the reason the third semester doesn't happen if you don't level up Maruki is because, well,
I'm in
he doesn't
jail.
finish his research.
He doesn't finish his research,
And,
although he supposedly already had the ability to do a particular person's warping without that.
Yeah. You probably don't exactly remember one part of his confidant, but I'll go over that later when that becomes relevant.
What are you talking about? The part with his girlfriend?
No, I assume you remember that. This is probably not as memorable.
No. Hey! Right. Listen up.
Morgana was always through the story. What, they fuse?
All right.
Diego. Or did I read that wrong?
Okay.
No, it's Diego. I think Diego might be Zoro's true name.
Maybe? My name is Diego Montoya. Prepare to die? Is that who says that?
No, Zoro is the secret identity of Don Diego de la Vega.
Okay.
Right. Let's turn in for the night.
In a way, like... Zoro's true form, in a sense. No alias.
Where he's no longer how the public perceives him to be. He is now as he truly is.
I didn't realize Morgana was strong to light.
Right. Let's see. Miracle Rush.
It's an AoE version of Miracle Rush, huh?
Yeah, of Miracle Punch, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll let it go.
I mean... I could see it replacing Miracle Punch. Since it's not really for the damage, it's for the
crit
critical.
fishing. The reason I didn't do that was because of the cost. It'd be very expensive to use that against a single boss without, you know, because high crit chance is high crit chance, but if you can get a high crit chance for cheaper.
I understand.
Do I have to take another round of exams now?
I don't remember.
What is the answer?
Hey, wait! Seriously?
Yeah. Isn't there something about for every uneaten rice grain, there's like 100 crying gods?
11.
11 crying gods? I mean, that's...
Yeah.
When factored over how many single grains of rice would not be eaten, that's a lot.
Not in Japan. In Japan, they eat every grain.
Well, because they don't want 11 gods to cry.
Yeah. Think about all the gods we left crying, bro.
10,000 gods?
8 million.
They have 8 million gods?
In Shinto, yes.
So, like, I knew they had a lot of gods, but an actual count of 8 million is ridiculous.
That means...
Shinto is a lot like Hinduism in the sense that they have a fuck ton of gods. They have a god for, like, everything in Shinto. Like, literally everything.
I didn't know there were 8 million things.
This is it.
Correct.
That means there is a god of balls, a god of the left ball, and a god of the right ball.
Dude, they're very well made. They're very well made. Like...
And it's funny to think about there being 3 gods. One is the god of balls as a pair, and a god of each as balls of a singular nature.
Then you have the god of the shaft, and then the god of the whole package.
There would be the god of the package, and then there would be
that's
the
Mara.
god head.
Yeah, there are 8 million.
Nice going!
Is that supposed to be an approximation, or is that an actual recorded
It's
number?
an approximation.
Okay. Okay, that makes me feel better.
I mean, I didn't read that, but I have no doubt that that's just an approximation. That would be ridiculous.
Yeah, because that's what made me think, 10,000. Because 10,000 is a lot, but you might be able to actually have some value of recording something of that magnitude. 8 million is at best an approximation. That means someone walked into a house.
Mochi, sometimes called Ogetsu Hime no Kami, a goddess
You've been
of
awfully
food.
busy lately. Don't forget
After
to eat
she
lunch.
spat fish, vomited or defecated game, coughed rice. What the fuck? So she shat out deer and shit? And that's how... That's
Actually, yeah, she
weird.
shed out deer and
like rabbits and
rabbits and pigs.
game.
Spit out fish.
And coughed up rice.
That hurts my brain.
Yeah.
As for
well, let's
myself,
not get too far
be
into
sure
that
to
rabbit
order
hole.
some jelly-filled bread and... That's... Yeah, let's go. Hey,
This feels very classic video gamey to me.
Yeah, I see how you could think that.
Are we going down?
oh,
I hope I can do it.
for real? Lady Lavenza.
Hello. Thank you for coming. I see. Exchanging common expressions upon meeting like humans do, it has a rather pleasant feeling. But that is irrelevant. Let's turn to the matter at hand.
This is much more pleasant than you kicking my ass.
As I told you yesterday, there's something I wish to tell you. But first, please gather your other friends here.
Here? You want to meet in the nurse's office?
This place is filled with the cognition of bed rest. Maintaining my existence in a reality controlled by someone like Maruki is no simple feat. But the exhaustion that it induces is limited by this place's cognition, so I may converse with you all in person here.
I see.
Let us continue this conversation once everyone involved has convened.
So since the world is basically his palace, this is the safe room.
Until that time, I will provide my eyes a much-needed rest.
Wait, rest? Lady Lavenza? I guess we should get everyone
You know, if they
in
do
here.
make a Persona 5 arena, I hope they add Lavenza. Kind of like they. I mean, you can play as Margaret or Elizabeth in Persona 4 arena.
Mm-hmm.
Infiltration success.
I'm rather surprised no one took notice of us.
Yeah, you just put someone in a tracksuit and they just assume.
Considering how I don't have an adequate excuse for the school to approve your being here, we're lucky it went as well as it did.
As long as you maintain an air of confidence, you can fool just about anybody into thinking you belong. I must say, though, I hadn't expected you to actually reach out to me for something like this.
Well, it's just as we said before. We've accepted your offer to work together.
Now's not the time to let personal stuff get in the way of our goal. But if you ever betray us again, we'll make sure you regret it.
All right, then. That's no concern of mine, anyway. Remember what I told you all before. We share a mutual interest.
Futaba's mom
Until
and Haru's
Maruki
dad.
is defeated, we have a deal to uphold.
Yes.
It appears that everyone's arrived. Does this mean you're ready to begin?
Ain't that our line?
Yes. I wished to speak with you about the circumstances that led this Maruki to alter reality as you know it, as well as the true nature of his power.
You know all of that?
I admit there will be a degree of speculation involved, but only to a small extent. First, I will explain the situation with the current reality. I believe that Maruki has altered the cognition of the masses. In other words, it's thought that the alterations he's made are the result of his meddling with mementos.
He changed mementos? How is that even possible?
Wait, don't forget about our experience with the Metanav and Maruki's palace. Seems like this kind of thing has a habit of sticking around despite our expectations.
Mementos is the cognition of the masses given form. If that man is truly capable of controlling individuals' cognitions, and that man were also to gain access to mementos, it would be no surprise that he could impact everyone's cognitions and affect reality itself. Could he really have done all that? I mean, it's assumed that Dr. Maruki has the power to control cognition, right? Exactly. That man's controlling of cognition... Let's see. Why don't we refer to his power as actualization? Most likely,
that actualization is a power unique to a persona. In other words, this man named Maruki is...
He's a persona user?
Not quite.
That's impossible. There's no way to have a persona and a palace at the same time.
Determining when Maruki first awakened to his power is wholly impossible. However, by the time he crossed your paths, there's no doubt that he was making use of his actualization, although he may have only been doing so subconsciously.
Even if it is just his subconscious, he's using a persona in the real world. So, his ability to make Yoshizawa-san think she was Kasumi-chan...
It was most likely through the use of actualization.
Still though, even if we assume that Maruki has unique persona abilities, such as the case with him and myself, we still need to determine how he used that power on Mementos as a whole, rather than a single individual.
Right. Even if there were some kind of power that could affect Mementos, it's on a whole other level from what we've seen so far. A single person just shouldn't be capable of all that.
That's true. Changing reality just by thinking about it isn't something humans do. It's something that, like, gods do.
And what if he became such a god?
Wouldn't he have almost become a god in people's cognition by stating that he learned such things in his research paper, and anyone who read that paper believing what it said would almost make it to fruition?
The god of control. Indeed, the being in Mementos that you all defeated was a false deity that the masses deludedly clung to. It is easy to conclude that Maruki simply took over the false god's position when it disappeared.
Took over his position? What do you mean? So you're saying society thinks of Doc as a god now or something?
Now, the Phantom Thieves are the ones who gained the masses' support after defeating this so-called god of control. So it would follow that the masses would turn to the Phantom Thieves next as their savior. In that case, why did they instead turn to Maruki, who did none of the work the Phantom Thieves did?
Wait, you what? What do you mean? We never wished for anything like this. Is that really true?
It's most likely because...
What? After we defeated the god of control, we wished for reality to be like Dr. Maruki described it. And it happened?
I don't remember doing any wishing with you guys and Doc. I mean, when would we have even had the chance to?
What about our counseling?
Looks like you all walked right into the spider's parlor.
There's no way of knowing how many of those situations were intentionally orchestrated by that man. However, the result is still the same. A desire for his actualization was seeded within your hearts. Thus, I have no doubt that it was your own desires that led to their actualization.
So this is all our fault, huh?
We're the ones who told him the cognitive world really exists, too. Right, let's fight. If this is our own fault, we've got to be the ones to fix it.
Yes. This realization changes none of what we must do.
Very well. Then allow me to proceed. This world is in a very unstable condition currently. On the day that the God of Control fused mementos with the real world, the merging was undone through your efforts, and the two worlds are now attempting to return to their initial states.
So, what you're saying is this world has reverted to a state where the fusion with mementos hasn't been totally undone. That explains why Maruki's palace was visible in Odaiba.
Even as we speak, Maruki is still influencing this world in places where its boundaries are blurred. As slow a pace as it may be, he still continues to actualize the world of the masses as a whole. Should this continue, reality shall merge with mementos once more. The two worlds will again become one. When that happens, anyone trapped within the actualized world can never again awaken to the original one.
No.
This issue goes beyond the masses as well. Although you are all Persona users, it would be next to impossible to defy Maruki in a world completely under his control. To be clear, once the two worlds conclude their fusion, there will be no chance of your success in this mission. And I believe this fusion will conclude in 1 month's time.
We only have a month.
If memory serves me correctly, February 3rd was the date Dr. Maruki gave us, right? Could he have possibly chosen the time limit based on when his actualization will be completed?
It's possible.
If that's the case, we don't got another choice except to steal his treasure by then.
We'll need to secure our route to the treasure by the 2nd so we can send our calling card. Then, on the day of, we're most likely going to have to fight Maruki.
Allow me to produce the calling card. This is certain to be our final card. I'll pour my heart and soul into its creation.
Be that as it may, there are still some unsolved questions. Right?
What's the deal with the palace's name? Doesn't seem to affect the app's functions, but...
That must also be a product of Maruki's cognition. He most likely learned that you could somehow infiltrate the metaverse. As long as he permits your existence, your method of infiltration will not entirely disappear either. However, in his heart he must have feared you would learn his identity as the palace's ruler. Perhaps such a feeling took the form of hiding the ruler's name from you.
But in that case, why didn't Dr. Maruki just actualize us out of existence entirely?
Maruki told us he wants us to accept his world. It may be hard to believe, but since we mutually benefit from his actualization, maybe he really does want us to submit.
Sorry, even if it does fix shit for us, I just can't accept the world getting treated like that. Let's start the infiltration tomorrow, yeah? And you? Sound good?
You're willing to ask me as well.
Duh, dude. The Phantom Thieves don't act unless it's a unanimous vote.
Duh.
Fine then. You know I have no intention of accepting Maruki's world anyway.
Then that settles that.
Wait, what about Yoshizawa-san?
We may not have summoned her as one of the Phantom Thieves. This definitely involves her as well.
Maybe we should fill her in on our situation once she comes to terms with her own. What she does with that information, though, that's up to her.
Right.
If that concludes matters, I shall continue to watch over you, Trickster. Please show me the path that you choose for humanity.
You already know. You out there by that door listening in, girl. I done saw that ginger hair. Yeah.
I just...
Guess we might as well close up for the night. Hey, once you're done washing that,
So I'm
you
trying
can
to
go
get
ahead and
this
call
straight.
it
I tried to pay really close attention to the dialogue there.
Okay.
I'll wait when you have a
Welcome.
Yoshizawa?
Have a seat. She's here to see you, right? Now, don't worry about finishing up. I'll take care of it later.
Sorry for coming over so late. And thank you for the coffee. It's delicious. Would you mind if I got something off my chest? Thank you. So, to tell the truth, I saw you all go into the nurse's office today. And, I sort of eavesdropped on your conversation. You've all found the paths you want to take, and are following them with such confidence. Whereas, I'm simply... like Dr. Maruki said before, I ran from the truth. I couldn't handle the fact that Kasumi died because of my actions. My memories are still a bit hazy, but even when I remembered that I'm really Sumire, I didn't want to accept it. I was still running from reality, where Kasumi is gone, where I had to live for Kasumi instead of as her. No. Like I said earlier, I realized something when I saw you all striving to push onward. I can't keep running like this. But now that Kasumi's gone, I have no idea what to do with myself. Senpai, what should I do? You can be awfully firm sometimes, Senpai. But you're absolutely correct. I must thank you for allowing me to unload all of this onto you. I'm still not completely sure what I should do, but I plan to think more on it. I've got to figure out what to do with my life now.
Why does no one ever finish my cups of coffee?
Let's reform society.
You know, for every drop of coffee you don't drink, 10,000 gods cry.
And you just killed us all in a great and mighty flood.
So I'm trying to wrap my head around him having a persona in a palace.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems to me, because I was listening real hard. She brought up she doesn't know the order of which he got first, is what Lavenza said.
But it shouldn't matter.
I'm starting to think it might.
I mean, I know why you would say that. If he got a persona and then had his delusional thing, it would, you know, make sense.
Actually, no.
It can't be the other
So
way
a
around
persona
because we already
user-
know what happens then.
No, we don't.
Futaba had a palace and then got a persona, destroying the palace.
But we took the treasure with us, which is possibly why the palace was destroyed.
We
Or
didn't
rather, she
take the
took the
palace,
treasure.
she was the treasure.
Exactly.
So
That's a
we didn't
really
take it, she
weird
took it herself by
circumstance.
just leaving.
I know.
So it's kind of a bullshit workaround.
Well,
there.
she took her shadow, which is probably what was the treasure. Her treasure was probably the shadow itself, which she took with her.
Yeah, the acceptance of herself was the true treasure.
See, here's my thing. So it's not possible for a Persona user to have a palace, but is it possible for a palace haver to get a Persona? Because here's what's happening. The palace actually didn't even start crumbling until after Futaba left. Because you fought a whole boss with her.
But Morgana tells you up front, we know Morgana has a track record of not being always right, but Morgana states that, you know, by them automatically getting a persona that it's going to fuck everything up regardless of the treasure status.
I remember him saying that there's way too many abnormalities to take into consideration.
There were about 2 or 3 different things happening all at the same time. An example of that being the person in their own palace.
So much happened that it's actually hard for me to determine what caused the palace to crumble. Because the fact is, we did take the treasure away. So was it her awakening to her persona that did it? Or was Morgana wrong? Again.
I would say, from my understanding of the events, that it was the persona and the acceptance of oneself that then did away with the palace. Because I think by her accepting that, it actually gets rid of your treasure itself automatically. And that's why the sarcophagus was empty, because she had already accepted herself, and therefore there was no treasure.
Well, because the treasure was her shadow. And Futaba's palace is such a weird condition, too, because her whole palace arrived at the fact that she thought she killed her mom. So really what she realized, that whether she got a persona or we took her treasure at all, it should have crumbled. Does that make any sense?
Yes, because she... I mean, that to me is automatically... It's a domino effect. Because that is learning the truth automatically ties in with acceptance.
Kind of Mishima-esque. Or we didn't actually do anything, but he...
We didn't give him a change of heart. We brought it to his attention, and he did the work himself.
So we've come down to there's 3 possible reasons her palace crumbled. The first reason being she awakened her persona inside the palace.
Yeah.
The second reason being she took her shadow, which was the treasure, out of the palace. And the second, or the
that
third
one
being,
to me is just another way of rationalizing the getting a persona, though.
I know, but if your persona's not the treasure, then in theory you could basically team up with your own shadow, i.e. with your persona.
Mm-hmm.
Which I'm guessing...
Okay, so I think your answer in that regard actually needs to refer to another Persona game as a point of reference. Because Futaba's Persona acquisition is very similar to Persona 4's processes.
It is. But it's not the same. It's hard to compare them, especially in terms of the story of one. Because the conditions are always so different.
Well, what I mean, though, is, you know, since she accepted herself, and, you know, that automatically she gets her persona, other people don't have that same realization because no one else we've actually done has been to their shadow realm, really. None of them have been to the metaverse. So they have never come face to face with their shadow and had a Persona 4-esque moment where they have to accept that as
the darker parts
element
of themselves.
And yeah, come to terms with that. And I believe that that is more so of a case when you come face to face with your own shadow, that situation takes place. There is also just the sense of you can become a Persona user by just accepting your true self, even without that outside force, without interaction with that shadow. But obviously, interaction with that shadow is going to put you in a very
with the metaverse, at least.
hard scenario where you only have two options, and that's to be lost or to rise above.
I'm just trying to think, because the fact is, Maruki has a persona and a palace.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just trying to apply some logic to that somehow.
You're just trying to figure out how that's possible. And so...
Because they don't really... Because they literally... Morgana literally says it, that's impossible. And then Levinza says, I do not know in which order he acquired this power, you know? Which almost
that
implies
doesn't mean
to me
it's
that
impossible either. Like, to me, the order shouldn't matter, per se. But
I feel like
conceptually,
it does,
if you have a palace force, and then you get a persona, that would obviously, if nothing else, reset it. And then it's possible that after that point, I mean, I would, just going off of it, I would have to say he got
if you
the persona
awaken
first.
to your If you awaken to your persona with the palace active,
It
but you... That's not what I said.
Yeah, but that's what
Theoretically,
I'm leaning towards.
if you awaken to your persona with the palace active, and you don't, and you basically agree with your shadow in the sense that your desires are something you actually truly do want, and
So giving into the temptation of your shadow, which I don't know the lore of Persona 4, but I assume that would be more closely hinted at within that game. Of what happens
the thing
if
is,
you
I
do
know
not
for a
accept
fact.
it, kind of.
The thing is, I know for a fact that he did awaken his persona after the palace was active.
So you're referring to he got his persona after having spoken with us?
He got his persona after he had a palace. I know that much.
But how so?
Because
that's a big contingency in that, to where you saying that you know the order of which that...
I do know the order, for a fact. You entered his palace around October, whenever Okumura's palace was going on?
Yes.
He didn't get his persona, he didn't awaken to his persona truly until the night, or the day of the god fight.
Okay, so there's a little bit
And
of more
that is a-
hooky-pooky going on in here than just that. And in fact, it might be in the hooky-pooky beyond that actually causes it. Cause from what I gleaned from a lot of that conversation is we, the Phantom Thieves, are responsible for granting him the power he now possesses.
Yeah.
Which means when we beat the god, he already had the clinic mentality of a place where he couldn't save everyone and make
But
a
he
perfect
wasn't
world.
able to. he wasn't able to give that power control over the world until.
And then, so after we beat the thing and cognition is reset, we had thought about how great it would be subconsciously, to some degree, of if a world as Maruki dreamed were to come to pass, allowing him the ability to be inserted into the role of the Holy Grail. And the Holy Grail, automatically, anything that takes its role is going to be an exception because it was both a treasure and a persona. Or God. What have you.
Yeah, in a way.
So it's
It still
possible
was
that
only
by us
born from
granting
the
him
cognition of
that
humans.
power, we granted him the ability to have both Palace and Persona.
That's a possibility. Because it's unprecedented power.
And it makes sense that in order to work in the cognitive world, in order to impact it from the other side, you would need a persona.
Because what's weird, so the thing I always take into consideration is that Maruki knows he has a palace but doesn't want to get rid of it. Whereas Futaba knew she had a palace and did want to get rid of it.
She wanted a change of heart. We don't know necessarily that she knew about the
I.e. getting
palace.
rid of her. Well, she knew about it at the time that
It crumbled.
she awakened to her persona.
She was still confused about a lot of the details at that point in time, so she was confused by what it all meant, but she did visit that distortion.
Of course, like Lavenza said, if he was granted the power of a god, it's possible that he can just have his own palace because he wants one. Like, as a center of, like the research center, basically. He needs that facility.
He lost his funding. And all I can assume
Yeah.
is, if he hadn't have lost his funding, they would have built his laboratory where the stadium is being built.
Yes.
And that's why that is the location of his distortion.
It is.
Um,
And you'll get more into this. You'll see the moment he truly awakened his persona as well. It's kind of a small spoiler.
Okay.
But I did want to... I wanted you to know that I did know the order of Palace versus True Persona Awakening.
There's also the possibility that, or another factor, is his knowledge of that world.
Yeah.
So he could have accepted that he has those desires and accepted
That's
that.
kind of what I'm
Which you had
getting
kind
at,
of dabbled
right?
in,
With the
kind of
shadow.
started to kind of disturb some ground to set effect of, but with
Which
the
is why his
knowledge
palace
he
doesn't
could,
disappear because
he could have had the distortion, and then as he talked with you, he could have learned how he viewed things and accepted that and embraced it because motives. And
kind of like, because like accepting your true self is,
and that might come into his power of actualization, which is supposedly able to work now because of the dream and wishes and stuff, but could have easily been a dormant trait of his. Like, there was always that potential. He just,
The thing is, the power of your persona is born from the power of your heart, in a sense. So, like, Akechi has the power to make things psychotic and shit, right? So, like, it's basically his, his...
He's got a manipulative
psychoness.
nature, and therefore he can manipulate.
Therefore, the power to turn things psychotic was born from within his heart. Maruki wants to grant people's wishes.
And therefore he has the power
to do that.
Well, so he has the power to change cognition because he has a desire to change how
called
people view the
It's-
world around them so that they can heal
Yeah.
their wounds.
You wanted to stand up against, you know, the man. So the power to fight that is what was born from within your heart, in a sense.
The power to be who we needed to be, and in which case that means being able to be diverse. That's why we, as main protag, are a weakness
And
hitter.
in a sense, the power to steal treasures. Being able to be sneaky as much as you are and all that shit, I'd say has something to do with your persona.
I mean, are you referring to
The
arson?
theatrics you can... just the theatrics you can... Yes, arson specifically, in that case.
There might be a subconscious level to why we have that viewpoint as well, because we had done what was right in broad daylight, technically, before, and were shot down for it, and were punished for it. And so we took up an anonymous practice so that justice is done, but that injustice does not follow us, and, you know, in some weird, sick, twisted, you know, revenge plot.
Cycle almost. Anyway, I guess that's enough of that for now.
Yeah, and that's probably gonna be a good place to call it a stream, as we're looking at another visit into the palace, which will be probably very quickly followed up by a visit into Mementos, and then a bunch of...
Not very quickly, but yeah, it will be.
Because when we know that Maruki went into Mementos and did something to change perception.
No, yeah, the thing I wanted to mention was you were the one who suggested the collective unconsciousness to him.
Yes.
If you remember that social link rank up.
Yeah, that was one of the last ones. In fact, that might have been the one before last, because the very lastest one.
But that's what
was...
gave him the idea. Then that can just be inferred, even though they'd probably straight up tell you at some point.
More than likely. Yeah, I remembered that we had told him, in fact, one of the things in here was that we had told him. I can't remember the context, but it was basically straight up said, yeah, Maruki knows about all this shit because of me.
I know what they wanted to do with this, and I'm happy they did in a way, you know. They basically wanted, like, this is not a battle against a god per se, it's a battle against a super strong persona user.
More in line with with stuff from possibly other Persona games. Cause, you know, fighting a god is very unpersonable, and it's, you know, it's like I'm doing what's right and this god's in my way, I'm just mindlessly doing it. But
I mean,
with
you
it
always
being another
fight a
human
god.
being that we know and who is partly there because of us, it's much more of
And is even, like, your friend.
morally gray. And am I right to do this, as he is only doing what he thinks is right? And is one of our viewpoints wrong and the other right, or is the true answer somewhere in the middle? But that both sides are too fastened
but I
on to
think
their
when it
beliefs to come up with a compromise that would actually be better for the world.
I think what, and Ryuji even said this, you know, I think what it comes down to is you have to do what you think is right. Regardless of what he thinks is right.
Which
that's
is
just
weird
kinda
because
where
from what I've seen of what he does is he doesn't fix what to me seems to be the right thing. He fixes what people tell him is the right thing.
going into exploring his palace is going to let you delve a little deeper into his psyche, which might answer some of your questions.
I mean, because right now, to me, the most blatant thing is he was treating... what's her name now?
Sumire.
Sumire?
Yeah, you can just call her Sumi if you like.
Okay.
That's what people online call her, because it fits with Kasumi and Sumire, so it doesn't spoil anyone.
So Sumi obviously is distraught because of traumatic event. So he does not create a world for her where said traumatic event doesn't take place. He just makes it to where it's not her fault.
Yeah. And I think it's because
And so that's
while
like,
she would...
yeah, that's like
The thing
putting
is,
a
if he
band-aid
brought
on an infection.
Kasumi
It's not
back-
treating it, it's just covering it up.
The thing is, if he brought Kasumi back and erased the memory of her dying, she would still be unhappy. Because she was always second best.
She was second best, but that's not to have that struggle is not because they talk about how her existence, like, because they say it over and over again. Her existence is pain because it's her fault. Because it is her fault. She can't accept it because it is her fault. Not she's miserable. If you see
You
what I'm
will
getting
you will
at.
delve a little bit deeper into that later, because there's a scene where you actually see the moment he changes her, and she says something along the lines, "I wish I was just Kasumi."
And I mean, it's like, okay, so there is out there somewhere a fair compromise where Kasumi and Sumi are equals,
Yeah.
where neither one
you know,
dies, where
that
one
is
wins
kind
one
of
week,
a-
the other wins the next.
That is kind of a plausible thing. I go back to he is him. So either for whatever personal reasons he didn't think of that, or just decided that wasn't the best course.
Well,
of
and so
action.
like that's why my brain goes to the first thing is what she said is she just wishes that she could have been her sister, and that this whole if she was her sister, everything would have been better. Because if she was her sister, she wouldn't have been the one who ran out in front of the vehicle because she was second best. And so he gives her what she sees as the solution, not what is the actual solution. Treating the symptom, not the problem.
Like I said, it's kind of based on his own personal decisions. What we would do if we had that kind of power is kind of irrelevant in a way.
And I mean, I understand that he wouldn't be able to come up with the most, like, he wouldn't, since he is a human, technically, although he facilitates the role of a god and has godly powers.
I mean, he has the role of God right now, but his psyche is still very much human.
Which means we should have done
An
a better
imperfect
job of
god,
wishing
if
he
you
was
will.
all-knowing, and then that wouldn't have happened. But, yeah, there's, obviously limitations, but it's like, it's kind of like, I don't know if you ever watched it, but the movie Bruce Almighty,
Yeah, I've seen it.
where he just types into the email, yes to all, so that everyone's getting what they want, but, there's, everyone just being given what they state they want and giving them what they actually need. That's what I'm seeing here. Is a very two-dimensional problem-solving solution where he's just
And
giving
no matter
people,
how
because
kind
that
a person
feels
is,
like the
too.
way to give the most instant gratification.
No matter how kind a person is, giving them the kind of power to alter reality to one person is just,
And so he made and so they said that he made a promise to himself to basically do what he is now doing.
Yeah.
And I assume that is
And
from the
you'll
night that
delve more into that.
his girlfriend was tragically shot and those things. He said at one point in time that she was doing better now. But so I don't know if that's she's doing better now technically, but you know, she's not back to who she was and they grew apart, or if, you know, she's just kind of turned off and is doing physically okay, but is not actually growing anymore as a person. And so I'm curious to see if they're
I
actually
don't
ever
think
bring
he's really
that up
interested
anymore.
in growth as a person. But yeah.
Because like I could see that going several different. It's possible that that's one of the things that originally got him a palace. Is he learned supposedly in college, but him and his girlfriend I think dated all throughout college. So after that, you know, if he applies the theories that he had been working through and they work, that could have been an initial thing that fed into his distortions. In which case I have no idea what his treasure would actually be. Because his palace existed before the research paper. But I guess since he went to school, it could be a diploma, or if something of him having a positive effect on his girlfriend's tragic event, it could have been a medical report of hers or something, you know, some form of self-gratification to his findings. Would make sense as, to me anyway, it would. It's also possible that in an attempt to make us feel more like he is not the hero he wants us to believe, that, you know, there could be some skeletons in the closet as to maybe he caused some people some great distress so that he could test his theories on them. That would be purely speculative though, and there's no evidence for that. But I could see, just for story's sake, them trying to kind of muddy up his characters to make us feel a little bit more righteous in our actions.
Yeah, we need... yeah. Some of your questions may be answered as you progress.
Well, I mean, even if they're not, then I can only assume that they're not that important. Or that they're meant to be important and vague on purpose. You know, like the ending of Inception.
I don't know.
You know, it's like it's that way for a reason. You know, to, you know, make you think.
Anyway,
Yeah, we went down a big
People on
old
Reddit-
rabbit hole.
yeah. People on Reddit clamor around this idea of a like, not a Persona Q, well, kind of like Persona Q, but not really. 'Cause Persona Q is like non-canon and it's not even really related to. Persona Q is weird.
I've heard the name, but and you've probably told me things about it before, but I
Persona
have
Q
no
is like a
retention
team-up
on that.
game where like all
That's
the
the crossover of 3
Persona
and 4.
characters and 5, because Persona Q2 exists, which is 3, 4, and 5.
So why
pretty
would
sure.
the people make a non-canon game? See, those things always boggle me. Is that just
for fan service?
fan service? It's just ear tickling.
And it's like they all get like gathered at one point in time, Dissidia-esque almost, so that they're all still the same age. even though
Yeah,
they wouldn't
because from,
Um,
you know, presumably at this point in time, we know that it has been years canonically since the events of 4, because they talk about the great detective, like the great high school detective, because Akechi is considered the second coming of that motif. And so the first iteration is I don't know this, but I would suspect it is the detective chick from Persona 4, if not Summoner 3.
All the weird thing is, so like Persona 3 and 4 have definitive set years. Persona 4, straight up, the calendar says 2011.
Okay.
Whereas this calendar says 2000XX. You know?
Yes.
They don't tell you. But the game came out, at least in Japan, in 2016, the original.
Mm-hmm.
And the days of the week and the dates all match up with the calendar of 2016.
As far as the weekends and the dates of the weekends and that stuff,
Well, yeah,
it's
the
very,
days of the week and the dates. So, like, it's pretty safe to fucking say that it's 2016. Which would be 4 years, or no, 5 years after Persona 4.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, people have been clamoring around like an actual canon mainline Persona game.
Where they all meet up.
And basically the plot is to rescue Dorkun.
That's what people want in a future title.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is a massive collaborative effort to save Dorkun.
And Adventures assemble to save Dorkun from his fate as a door.
I mean, I understand why people would want to see that, but I don't see that as a particularly canonical adventure. There'd be too many characters to work with and give them
all we
the
know
true
for sure
depth
from Persona
and
4
appreciation they deserve.
All we know for sure is that Elizabeth in Persona 4 Arena, that is her goal, like her ultimate goal, is to save Dorkun.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, that makes sense, you know, in that game, you know, they say they want to do this, but it's like, to actually make a game where you have 2 zero-type
There'd be so many
cards,
characters.
which means your party
3.
could have at least
3 zero-type cards.
Yeah, because especially if you
'Cause
actually
Aigis
manage to
is a
save
zero
Dorkun
now.
and then use Dorkun
'cause
to do
Aigis is a
some
zero
quest.
Oh, because Aigis is a 0 now.
And I guess, you know what? It would make sense. To me, the only way to pull off a story of that nature would be you would have to be given a new blank slate character who then meets all these people for the first time. Only way to keep from offending an existing fan base unless they have you bounce back and forth between different pro tags, you know, cause...
That would be interesting. Well, in Persona Q, you pick your pro tag. You pick either Joker, Yu Narukami, or Makoto. And yes, the Persona 3 pro tag's name is Makoto.
Okay. Yeah, and so it's like, you know, that's, I guess, technically an option, but... obviously that means that they would probably be working with a very... I can't remember a game that does it, but I know they've done it in many games where every cutscene has those same 2 characters to consolidate, you know, extra rendering, because, you know, so it's just like those 2 characters are always together throughout the story, I guess. But so doing it to where you pick is an option, or they could
I kinda like
split
your
it up
idea, though.
between chapters, or I feel like one of the better options that would free up the writing team to actually do what they want to do would be to give you a new original character.
I think I like that idea, is what I was getting at. Because then, dude, think about it. The old pro tags could be confidants, or social links, or whatever they want.
Yeah, and that would be dope, because that would let us see, like, a canonical version of them after their lives have gone where they have.
Which they do with, you know, Arena already, to a sense.
Yeah, they have almost Easter eggy statements of, you know, after this I gotta
'cause you see
get back
what
to
Yu
work at the
Narukami-
newspaper, or, you know, whatever they might say.
They gotta make a Persona 5 Arena. I don't see how they haven't. they've made Scramble and Persona Q2. Where is fucking Persona 5 Arena? And the dancing game?
Well, so, okay, that's another thing, though, is what if, in a fighting game, they saved Durkun?
I wouldn't be against it.
Mm-hmm.
It probably would be a little bit more appropriate if they wanted to keep each main Persona title standalone.
Mm-hmm.
Because that would be... Because, like, what we're talking about is basically a sequel to 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, and so a fighting game would lend itself to that motif much more readily, I would say, than a massive story where...
Mm-hmm.
Especially since
all the
you'd have
characters
3
you'd have to deal with, too.
Or 3, groups
You'd have
of characters.
3 rosters of characters
3
from their
rosters
own
with
games.
each one having at least, 5 or 6 survivors by the end of main game that you would have to work with and manage so that everyone feels that their favorite character from, because they would have to be taking care of 3 fan bases.
Time to make a 500-hour-long Persona game.
Goddamn, yeah. Well, look out, PlayStation 5.
Jesus.
I mean, it's very possible that something like that is possible, but that would be quite an undertaking, and they'd have to be extremely careful and conscientious of anything they did, because for the people whose favorite is 3, if the main game isn't dark enough, it's not living up to that. But for the people who liked 5, it's got to be jazzy and, poppy enough.
That's another thing they did in Q, is the protag you picked, the themes of the game matched. Like the fighting themes and stuff
and then,
matched the protag you picked.
And, it'd need to have that, kind of detective-esque whodunit motif for Persona 4's character. And so managing all those different bits and doing it in such a way so it doesn't feel like you're not taking any risk with any of the characters, but also being careful because with the roster that big, I'm thinking you would have to have possibly up to half the characters dying, including the death of main protags, which would be counterproductive to save Durkun, especially if you're going for like those, emotional hits.
Yeah, I don't know if they're up to that.
But a fighting game would allow them an easier way of working everyone in. I don't know how they would work around timelines or anything like that, because I'm pretty sure they allowed time to pass for the characters in P3 to
Arena's
P4
canon.
Arena.
And Arena's canon. Because the Persona 3 characters in that game are adults.
Yeah, because the thing I was leaning to was Staff Boy with Doggo was like a little kid, wasn't he?
Yeah, in Persona 3. And he's like a teenager in Persona 4 Arena.
Mm-hmm. So there's been...
And, everyone's from 3's all grown up in that game. To an extent, early 20s.
But going off of the pictures, if nothing else, the time that has passed has been very minor on how the characters look from P4.
To a degree.
Because we have the idol, who still looks copy-pasted.
Oh, well,
almost.
Persona 4 Arena only takes place a couple months after the ending of Persona 4, though.
Yeah, but Persona 4 Arena to P5...
Persona 5
You're not
Arena.
looking at like a 10-year gap or nothing like that.
Yeah.
Even though it was that in real life, wasn't it?
10 years between Persona 4 and 5?
Wasn't it some big number like that? Like 8, 10 years?
Between games or between the story of
between
the games?
games.
Yeah.
But so we know it's
Well,
not
it was-
a real
it
to
was 8
time
years.
passage.
Yeah, because that's what's interesting is Persona 4 came out in 2008,
Yeah.
but was set in 2011.
Weird.
I mean, you can look it up.
Well, I don't doubt you. It's just I find that surprising.
It is
Because most times, it's like how when things, you know, say in the future of next year, it's like, you know, that marginal futuristic spin, you know, is a very uncommon approach to storytelling for it to be such a minute difference. You know, like
I don't know. I don't
the
know why
movie
they did it.
2012, which came out in like 2010, 2011, you know, it's like next year, you know, it's automatically, you know, creates a very unique pretense as you go into a movie or a video game with something like that happening.
I really do, regardless of what the story is, I want Persona 5 Arena just because I thought those fighting games were pretty solid, and I just like the characters.
But by the time that they added in characters from this game to the existing roster, you're getting close to like a Dragon Ball Z roster.
It's a really big roster. It was already a rather large roster, actually.
Cause like I assume that, you know, they had all the main party members and probably a villain or two from the games.
Yeah, Adachi was a playable character. The villain from 4.
Yeah, I remember him because I like
and
that he keeps his
Elizabeth and
hands in his
Margaret.
pocket the whole time.
Yeah, and Elizabeth and Margaret were playable.
Mm-hmm.
And they were
because
the attendants.
Velvet Room attendants, which means presumably you would have Lavenza, or I could see them just for the sake of, you know, recognition, maybe going with a twin, or maybe having that be some weird separate dimensional where both are there.
The weird thing about Lavenza is you can fight Lavenza as a secret boss.
Yes.
And if she knocks your whole party down, she'll split in half to the twins to all out attack you. So it seems that she can do that at will now.
Okay, and so that would possibly
So
just
they
be a
can incorporate
mechanic
the
of
twins
hers
into
then,
attacks.
is she would have
Yeah.
combos where she splits in two, so you can juggle easier, or you know how fighting
Yeah,
games are.
I can see that. Yeah, they could do it.
I
mean, Ken and Koromaru, the dog and the kid, were one character.
Yeah, and they like had different
yeah.
portions of combos where like
Yeah.
Doggo does low uppercuts and Boy does, you know, high to low.
I can already
Yeah.
imagine Morgana being a really annoying character to fight because of his small hitbox.
Yeah.
Morgana v Teddy.
That'd be quite a brawl, I would imagine. Like, I don't know anything about... Does Teddy take on a similar... No, Teddy is actually combat-oriented. He's ice or something,
Yeah.
isn't he?
He mirrors Morgana in the sense that he's your navigation up until you get the actual navigation person.
Well, so he is who introduces you to the world of combat, and they're the mascot.
To be fair, you do see him
character.
awaken to his persona, unlike Morgana.
Yes. But so the thing would be, the difference is Morgana is more of a healer, canonically.
Yeah.
Whereas Teddy
But
would
I'm
be
sure he'd
more
have wind
combat oriented,
moves,
technically. But Teddy's like the
and-
cartoony
But
combat.
what's cool about the Persona fighting game is that they've even implemented healing skills into the game if the character is very heal-based.
Like they have combos that, you know, they get health back.
Yeah. Like, you can even, like, as Yukiko, you can concentrate, so your next fire attack does, like, over double damage and shit. And Naoto, who is dark and light based, you can yeah, it takes a lot of setup, but you can do insta kills.
I see.
And all the moves are actually the actual spells from the game, which I really like.
Yeah, it keeps the conventions and yeah.
And they work relatively the same way.
Which means, like, if Joker was added, there would be a combo that's probably like a guaranteed knockdown equivalent because of his gun skill.
Perhaps.
Which would be the probably same equivalent of, you know, getting a freeze proc on someone. You know, where they can't move or something, you know, it knocks them down so they're stuck there for a couple seconds, allowing you to a free setup or something.
Elizabeth could freeze people, and that's just one example I can think of off the top of my head.
Okay. And so I could see something like that being, you know, like, you can only use that skill like so many times in a fight, but you know how there's a combo that you can punch in and it's a guaranteed so that you could set up for a combo.
Elizabeth could do it as much as she wanted.
Well,
Elizabeth was broken, dude. Like, she was very hard to beat if the person playing her had any idea what they were doing.
I mean, that's how I feel like most ice-based characters in fighting games are.
She wasn't just ice, she had wind and lightning and...
Because she was using that spell book.
The compendium is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, but it has, you know, the personas of all, so she can use any element.
That's why Margaret actually fought with 3 personas.
Making her like the Pokemon trainer.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, the attendants, when they fight, they can use multiple personas just like you. But they're kind of...
Yeah, they're a thing of... They're not human. They're otherworldly.
Yeah, they're something.
And I don't understand
exactly
how they're all related, but I mean,
They
I know
are.
they're all siblings, but it's like, that means there's a parent somewhere that makes a baby for every game.
Well, I'm pretty sure Igor creates them.
But that means that there's a canonical reason for them to go off on their separate ways. Like, are they basically apprentices? And after they complete their apprenticeship, they go out and do something else?
I don't know. I know Elizabeth decided to go off on her own adventure.
To save Dorkin.
Yeah, which brought Margaret into the picture. Why Margaret's not in this game, I have no idea. I assume it would be explained in a Persona 5 arena.
Yeah.
It's possible that he creates unique attendants to each of his clients.
Someone set up to be exactly what you need.
To a degree, yeah.
And the reason that our trip was so unpleasant was because someone came in and fucked us in the ass.
Yeah. You know, and you know, a lot of that stuff is left to mystery because the Velvet Room is supposed to be so mysterious.
Yes.
On purpose.
Although we now know that it is technically a part of the collective unconscious.
The Velvet Room?
Yeah.
How do we know that?
Because the isolation.
Oh. Well, it was the Velvet Room swallowed. I remember Morgana said the Velvet Room was swallowed by distortion. So maybe? I'm not sure.
Well, so Morgana was created in the Velvet Room.
Which had been swallowed by distortion at that point.
Hmm. And so it was
I don't know
in
if that... I
Mementos.
mean, it could be.
And so
I don't
when he
know.
come out, there's that. And when we left Mementos, we came out of the doorway when the worlds were combined.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, I mean, it might be a sub-dimension that was locked in place, but there is still a way
That's the thing
to
is they
access
can
it
move
through
the
the
door
collective
around
unconscious.
and shit, which, you know what I mean? They can move the door around and shit, which in itself is mysterious. It's never explained why they can put a door in Central Street and Kichioji and Shinjuku and...
I assume it was a similar aspect in the other ones, wasn't it?
Yes.
You know, like the elevator didn't have to be one specific elevator, or the limo wasn't one
To be fair,
specific
the elevator
stop
actually
sign.
kind of was.
Okay. But then the limo
But that was before
probably
they kind
wasn't
of found their...
a, you know, like
No,
specific
you could
bus
go into
stop.
the Velvet Room. You could go into the Velvet Room from reality, or from the TV world.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have nearly as catchy a name for their alternate reality. They call it the TV world. The metaverse almost seems...
The
like it should be the
metaverse is
catch-all
almost
from
like the
now on.
canonical name for it that other people haven't had privy to.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Mine's
other people weren't
I
selected.
have no time to wait, Sperry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's alright. We'll go ahead and end the stream there, and we'll get into some more shenanigans next time. Alright, bye everyone. Sorry for that prolonged convo.